Oh, well, I'll remind you.
January 14th, 5 p.m. HTC. Got it. Thank you very
Okay, you're very welcome.
We are live, just so you all know.
Okay, thanks. I'm just getting our participants down. It'll just give me a second. Running a little behind. Happy New Year, everyone. Let's see.
Yes.
New Year.
Happy New Year to everybody back.
We're out of quarantine today.
Who is,
wow.
you are?
My household.
I didn't know you
Oh.
were in it. Congratulations.
14 days, baby.
Wow.
Don't go too
Hey.
crazy.
Hey,
I'm at an
everyone.
HTC meeting.
That's a Zoom.
Listen. Uh-oh. Somebody has a bad hookup.
I hate that.
Yeah, that's really bad. I think oh, there's Diane. Okay. So, hi, everybody. Happy New Year to you all. We have a quorum, getting much more of one. I just saw Stephen came on.
Abigail Camp is here.
Okay. Hi, Abby. Happy New Year.
Same back at you.
Thank you. All right. So I'm going to get this show on the road. The first meeting of.
Hey, Ray, does it matter that my picture doesn't show? I don't understand why it doesn't.
No, not particularly.
Okay.
We you know, everyone loves your background so much. It's so
Yeah.
homey.
Oh, well, I've been moving things around, so it's never the same. You know.
Well, it just feels so warm and cozy. It makes it's like makes us all feel more comfortable. So try and get on your video if you can. So all right, everybody, I'm going to get her started. You're all watching the HTC.
Oops, there it is.
Now. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, this is Ray Pohl. I'm the chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. First off, let's confirm that we have a good number of our members aboard.
Hi, Jody.
Okay, are we ready? So when
Something's
members,
wrong
when
with Cleo. He's outside.
Diane, when I call your names, could you please respond in the affirmative? Diane Coombs. Diane. Uh-oh, she got muted. Val
I
Oliver.
want this on Saturday.
She's on the phone.
Val Oliver's here. John McLaughlin.
much.
Oh,
Thank you,
I
John.
hear him
Abby
moaning out
Camp.
there.
Abby Camp.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Diane.
I'm sorry.
That-
I have a major problem. Somebody's fallen out in the garden.
Oh, oh boy. Okay, well, but you're here. All right. So
I'm here.
let's continuing. Carrie Thornwell.
Here.
Very good. Stephen Welch.
Here.
Okay, thanks. That's our board. Oh, and Ray Pohl for the record. Staff, when I call your names, if you could please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. Holly Backus.
Present.
All right, great. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020. That order, posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to convene remotely so long as public access to deliberations is reasonably provided. This meeting is convening via Zoom with video and audio recording, and we are being broadcast via YouTube on the town's YouTube channel. With no member of the public having asked to speak at this time, this particular meeting will not feature public comment. Materials provided to members for the meeting or provided during the meeting are, unless otherwise noted, available on the town's website. During the meeting, I'll introduce agenda topics and speakers. Everyone, please remember to mute your Zoom audio until your name is called, and Please direct all comments and questions through the chair to avoid crosstalk and make the taking of minutes easier. Thank you. Lastly, all votes taken at this evening's meeting will be done via roll call. All right. Having said all that, could I have a motion to approve
So
tonight?
move.
Thank
So
you,
moved.
Diane. Thank you, Diane. And we do have a regular board, by the way, full board is here. So unless there's any conflict or we have an established board, you'll be hearing from the full board. So on Diane's motion to approve tonight's agenda, Val Oliver,
Aye.
John McLaughlin,
Aye.
Abby Camp,
Aye.
Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane, and I'm in favor of that motion. So we now have an agenda that's been approved. Is there any public comment at this time that I should know about, Kathy and Holly?
No, Mr. Chair. No.
Okay, thank you. Moving right along, we're on the consent agenda, relatively short, 6 items.
You and Val.
That's right, thank you.
You and Val have to.
I'm going to mute for a moment.
Okay. And Val too. So we have Steve, Abby, John,
Aye.
and me. All right. Steve,
Aye.
There he is.
all right, and Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an I. So that is all of us go for the consent. The next is consent with the conditions. Back to Ray.
Thank you very much, Diane. Okay, 2 consent with conditions items. I think this could be the regular board. Would somebody care to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. On Dan's motion, Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So those 2 consent with conditions are approved. New business. First up, do we have somebody on board for 6 Village Way?
Yes, Andrew Cutchin.
Hello, Andrew. Happy New Year.
Hello, board. Happy New Year. I got number 1 on the agenda before the holidays and now after.
Sweet.
So privileged.
Yep.
Wow.
Can we check that? Make sure
I
that's.
know, I was about to ask. It seems a little suspicious to me.
It does to me too, so I don't know.
Okay, so 6 Village Way, you're looking for a demo move off of a building.
Yeah, and Holly, I'm sorry, I missed the advisory structures meeting today because I got confused by these emails going out. I don't know what comments I assume there were some comments that were developed.
Well, this actually didn't make it on the HSAB's agenda, but I did take a look at it as staff when I noticed it wasn't on the agenda. I do know that you did provide some photographs, so thank you. The NHL data indicates it's a 1940 bungalow, but I didn't see any historic structures survey from the HDC's file. I don't know if there is one, but it would be nice to have more historical information.
Sure. So I'll just this was all that we could find. It's my understanding, Holly, if you could go up to the aerial photo, which I think captures the neighborhood best, that this area of all these sort of non-conforming smaller lots was the original Pocomo village in the 40s, 50s, I guess. And it's safe to say that in the past 15 to 20 years, I think half of the homes, similar homes like this one, have been demolished and much larger homes have been rebuilt, both to the east and the west. The structure immediately adjacent to this one still appears to be from the 40s, 50s. The one then next to that, to the west, over to the left, was sort of a restored bungalow within a 2-story new addition added onto it. So it's sort of a hybrid, almost kind of awkward in a way. And then most of the ones over to the east, except for 2 that are remaining, 3 larger lots, the cottages have been knocked down, not that far in the past, and big new homes have been constructed. So I'm here. My client would like to build something slightly larger there on the non-conforming lot that can build up to a 1,500 square foot ground cover. And, you know, I don't have a design completed yet because I wanted to get the HDC's read on where they would sit on the historical value of this structure. So here I am. That's all
Okay.
I've got for today.
All right. What do you think, folks? Regular board on this, of course.
Hey, Andrew, is it worth moving?
Yeah, it might be, Val. The floor is fully rotted out on the inside. You can see how it's literally in the dirt. It's
Yeah.
barely even up on blocks, so it would require a lot of support to do it. I mean, it's kind of a cute structure. You know,
Is it insulated?
no,
Okay.
no.
And can
No.
it move on that road?
It's so narrow. That is all brush. It's like a 12-foot wide dirt road
Yeah.
going down there off Pocomo.
Village Way, narrow.
Yeah, Village Way is really tight. So I don't know. We're sort of early in this process. I'm just really trying to get a read before we start doing something. It's in fairly rough condition. It's pretty run down.
Okay.
Anything else to add, Val, or?
No,
Could I see a
mean,
lot?
Hang on a second, Diane. Val, could you just finish your statement, just so I know?
I was going to say, if it could be repurposed somehow and somebody was willing to take it, that's obviously the preference, but no, I'm good with it.
Okay.
I was thinking of myself.
Of yourself?
Val, I got a key. I can meet you there next week. You can go take a look at it if you want.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Val. I might get back to you. Diane?
I've been used to be going down there all the time delivering mail, and back then there were just 5 houses down there. And the other thing is, it's 75 years old. I would like to see what the proposal was. You said you had 1,500 square feet. How far it goes to sideline to sideline? You have that Tupelo forest there. There's a lot of consideration. I'd like to see a little more before I said rip it out.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I'm assuming Andrew's going to put something similar in its place.
Something
So,
similar to this building?
yeah,
You're
that's
assuming that?
yeah.
I sense some cynicism in that, but that's
Yeah,
fine.
I was trying not to laugh. So, but it is charming. It reminds me of something in Sconset around, the old summer house, sort of, 40s construction. It would be nice to see something low profile, but we'll see what you got. I'm okay with the move demo.
You are okay with the move demo?
I are. Yes, I are.
Okay, all right. Okay, John?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Move off demo sounds right. Apparently this structure, as you look at the picture on the computer, the right one, the front door, the large size roof was a small building. And you can see, looking at it, it had 2 additions on it. But
That's correct, John.
I'm not against demoing because I don't think this 70 years is going to make any great preference to this house. Thank you.
John, let me make sure that I heard correctly. Did you say that you're not against the demo?
No. I'm not. I am not against the demo.
You're not against the demo. Okay. All right. Well, listen, like everybody else, I'm sure on this board, I think this is a charming little building. Gosh. In previous boards, I was always saying, it's not right to sort of ransom a demo move off for the new house design. Clearly, it's going to be larger and I'm going to guess taller than the building that's here. But I should try and separate those two things.
Mr. Chair, if I could just interject for a second,
Yeah.
I can assure you it actually will be a somewhat of a modest building because my client owns the whole lot behind that I'm going to be coming in with a new main house for. So this is just intended to be a somewhat of a small guest cottage, not fully bulked out. We want to create something that's contextual down here. It will have a portion that's 2 stories, but I haven't gotten beyond that yet. But it will not be
2-story, you mean story and a half?
Story and a half, right? Not 2 stories, story and a half, correct. Yep.
All right. So I have this feeling that we might be able to approve the demo move off, but we're all going to remember this and want to have the scale of the new building in keeping with what's out there right now.
Are you taking public comment, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. Are you representing somebody, Linda?
My friends are the ones immediately to the west.
Well, so then you're representing the people to the west.
Yeah, their families owned it for a very long time. I did
Okay.
work through the ZBA on this area also for
Yeah.
many years. And these 3 houses are all 1 story.
Yes.
The one furthest to the west of these 3 has had a little bit more upgrade to it. It's got a new porch, painted and all that stuff.
Mhm.
These 2 side by sides are an interesting summer cottage shape, shall we say. And I agree with what's been said about what goes in its place. These 3 are part of the original settlement in Pocomo because I did some research on these guys. And whatever goes in its place needs to be low profile, not story and a half, low profile to match with the other 2, because the other 2 aren't going away anytime soon. So if you're going to do this in the future, I suggest you go out and take a real close viewing of this little pod, Village Way.
Oh, yeah.
Before you approve anything on this lot that's any taller. I mean, this is pretty low, but a whole lot taller than what's there. I'm just worried about this going away. As you know, I don't agree that we have to hold it hostage either.
Right.
Well,
The one furthest to the west has a 1.5 story. The one furthest to the west has a 1.5 story addition that was
Yeah,
probably
they
done
added
about
that
15
not too
years.
long ago, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, what this all gets down to is we're all going to have a crack, including you, Linda, at Andrew's design for the new
Okay.
house that would move in its
Okay.
place. So I think we take up issues of scale and height and all that at that time. Would
Okay.
somebody care to make a motion on this?
I will, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Yes. go ahead.
I would just include in my motion to approve as a demo move off that there is a little bit more work done on the history. If Linda has some history, perhaps there's some history out there.
You mean to add into the file?
Yeah,
Okay.
All right.
please.
So that is your motion, Val?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. On that motion, Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Diane?
I
Thank you, Diane. Val?
abstain.
Aye.
I'm sorry. So Diane is abstaining and Val?
Aye.
And I'll be in favor of. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay, Andrew, maybe we'll see you later.
All right. No, not late. You
Okay.
won't. I'm
Okay.
done. Okay. Thank you all very much.
See you. Good night. Okay, 103 Main Street, Atlantic Landscaping. Do we have Lindsay on board?
I'm here.
Okay.
So what we're doing is, because it's in the ROH, a spa, tucked right between the 2 structures. It won't be visible from any public way. It's tucked in between, and there's only like a 5-foot gap on the right-hand side, and then on the left-hand side, there's, just from the angles of the house, you wouldn't be able to see it. There's a board fence all the way around it already that exists on both sides and the rear of the property. And we do intend on putting arborvitae trees anyway along those fences just for added buffer. We'll have a gate where we're showing a type 2 cedar gate on the right side of the house, for added privacy, I guess. But so it's an 8x15 spa with auto cover and a fire pit patio area back there as well. Now this area, it's like you'll notice on the left-hand side how there's already some existing stairs up to a raised patio, and then you'd step back down to the pool area. So from the left side, I think visibility would be really difficult. And also, I just want to point out that this house it's not historical. This was built 15 years ago. It was an infill house that was built recently.
Okay. So can you describe the terracing arrangement there? You said you go upstairs and then you go back
Yeah,
down.
so on the left-hand side, it exists right now. So on the left-hand side, there's actually an evergreen hedge and then a walkway that you go back, and then you go up 2 sets of stairs to a raised patio that exists in the back.
Pictures, Lindsay?
Well, you wouldn't be able to see that anyway from, there's pictures, yeah, from the road, yeah.
Of what's existing?
Well, you wouldn't be able to see it from the road. You don't see any of that raised brick anywhere from the road.
KG.
So you go up, Lindsay, you get to that terrace, and then you go back down. It looks like 4 steps to another terrace.
Yeah, exactly. So it's actually sunken is kind of what I'm getting to the point.
Understand that part. So is all the terrace?
It's all existing.
It's all existing, including the one that you're going to cut the spa into.
But we can't see it, so we don't get a picture of it.
Right. We just bubbled in what we're applying for. So that's everything else exists.
Okay. Thank you. Well, there must be HSAB on this, right?
Yes, sir, there is. So Lindsay is correct that this is an infill lot that was created from the corner Starbuck Kilvert house on the intersection of Main there. So yes, this is circa 2005, perfect infill. HSAB said that it was probably not visible, and I would agree. However, the spa seems to be large in size, so I would just recommend to make sure that obviously it meets the zoning bylaw for the size requirements. Other than that, no further concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Lindsay, you'll just warrant that it meets that cubic volume requirement, right?
Yes.
That was a yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Board members, anybody ready to go?
I'll go.
All right, thanks, Abby.
A couple of things concern me here. First of all, it's in the historic district. Secondly, the amount of hardscaping, and I include a pool in that because that's cement, on this tiny lot is crammed. If I were to ever vote in favor of this, the spa would have to be cut down in size.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Abby, thanks for that. And I just wanted to point one thing out about the hardscaping. I'm pretty sure that where he's proposing the spa right now is already a hardscaping. They're going to dig it up and
that whole back area is hardscape.
Yeah. Okay. Just
the tone of this lot is packed, and it's just continuing in that vein.
Yeah.
So.
I don't disagree with you. You know, there's a lot of hardscaping. Whether or not that's visible from a public way is.
Well, also there's the main dwelling, and then there's the back house, and so there's very little nature left. So.
Like almost zero. Well, I hear you. Okay. Thank you, Abby. Anybody else?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane. Go ahead.
I think the spa should be reduced down to 8x10. And you're running right to the sideline to sideline on that whole thing with the surround around the spa and the fire pit or whatever. It should be reduced down so the fire pit comes away from the arborvitae hedge, because it's right next to it. They can't move the chairs for the hedge. Take it in 5 feet and give it a little more space.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, Val.
I have a question about the fence, which we can see, if it could be more congruent perhaps with the fence that's already there. I know it has to be 4 feet because of a pool, but you said it has an auto cover, so does it?
No, it doesn't. No, so we can be whatever you want it to be. We just
Oh.
want to put a fence there.
And it's the fence that you're showing is got virtually no airspace at all. The slats are really close together, so I guess it should probably match the fencing that's there.
Right. So match the fencing in the front.
Right.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be happy if I was a neighbor having to deal with this, especially I think the noise factor and the fire pit would make me nervous, but that's not in my purview.
Well, if it makes you feel better, the house to the left, it's the backside of a garage, I think. And we're it's already got a 5-in-1 fence, and then we're proposing evergreen trees added to that because the client doesn't want people seeing back into him also. And I think the density of having the arborvitae hedge and the fence will help with the noise for sure. And plus, they don't have any kids. Like it's just really for them to use.
Okay, thank you. John.
Yeah, I have a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead.
I don't think there's any visibility here with the way it's designed and looks like. And I went up and looked at it, the yard. And if they put that in, I don't think you're going to see it from Gardner Street or the front or the back. But for the rest of this meeting, I'd like to ask that when you put something on like this, jack it up a couple and make them all enough I can read them. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John. And again, so what we'll do is if you want to have something blown up, who's got the joystick over there, Kathy or Holly?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so if John wants to see something enlarged, we'll just ask Holly to do it. Okay, John? All right, well, listen, the way I view this is I agree that it's a lot of hardscape packed in there. The fact is it's already there. That's fact one. Fact two is it's not visible from a public way, to John's point. So even though I don't relish the idea of having one of these things in the OHD, I think the fact that it's going to be invisible from a public way would allow me to approve it. I do agree with Val's comment about the fence, that it should go lower and match the style of the fence that's already there. Because you have your automatic cover, you don't need 4 feet. So would anybody care to make a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion.
And I'll make a motion if I could reduce.
I'm sorry. Okay, so John, were you going to make a motion there?
Yes, for the lack of visibility.
Well, the motion was to approve for lack of visibility.
But what about the fence?
And what about the size?
Okay, well.
Yeah, what about the size?
John.
Yes.
There were a couple of concerns. One, which I shared with Val, was the fact that they have a 4-foot-high gate and fence on the right-hand side of that drawing. So Lindsay has said that he would cut it down to match the style and size of the fencing that's already there. But there was also some concern with Diane and Abby about the size of the spa. So would you want to modify your motion in any way? Here, maybe the easiest way to do this is to take John's motion to approve as submitted and run it to a vote.
No.
No? Well, then we could have another motion.
can John hear you, Ray?
Well, he doesn't seem, John, can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh, well, listen, I think your motion is going to fail, John. So could you modify the size of the spa and the fence?
somebody mentioned that. Yes, I'll go along with it.
Okay,
Can I
so,
continue then? Because I don't think my client's going to want to reduce the size of the spa. Because if it's not visible, what does the size matter?
well,
anyway?
I would be in favor of leaving it the same size that it is. But I think the fence should get cut down, so.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah. All right. So what are we going to do here, John? Do you want to modify your motion to change the fence to what Val suggested?
Yes,
Okay. So John's modified motion is to change the fence to match the fence and gate that's on the rest of the property and approve the rest as is. On that motion, Diane?
Yes, to do the fence, yes.
So you're okay with
Or
that
does it
motion?
mean everything?
I'm sorry, what?
What I'm trying to, no, I am not.
You're not in favor. Okay.
No, I'm not in favor.
Correct. Abby?
No, and I just want to add that 15 feet is really quite large. I'm in like an 11 by 11 room right here, and that's a pool. That is not a spa.
Well,
So
just to that point, the town has rules about what the difference between a pool and a spa is. It's all in the zoning. And so this size, regardless of whether you think it's a pool or a spa, is defined by the town as a spa. So
but
that's,
Ray, I can't go with what the town
no,
says all the time.
Abby, I'm not saying that you should vote in favor of it. I'm just telling you, like, it is a spa. He's not like lying, according to the town, according to zoning, it is a spa. So if it was a pool, he would not be allowed to put it here. So anyway, Abby's against, Diane's against, Val.
I would be in favor if it was smaller.
Oh, the pool? I mean,
Yeah.
the spa? Okay, so it sounds like
See,
I'm going to
this
just.
motion is going to die. Okay, so John, you're in favor of your motion and I am, but the motion died because.
But I said I'd continue it if we wouldn't be, because we didn't want to reduce the size. So I'd like to continue.
Okay, well, I think what you have to do is go back, Lindsay, and tell them that a majority of the board sitting on your application at the moment is not in favor of that 15-foot number. Okay.
But I don't want to get a denial. That's why I said beforehand.
No, we will allow you give you an opportunity to talk to your client and figure out what to do. So now could I have a motion to hold?
I make a motion to hold for revisions. That
Thank
would
you,
give it
Diane.
time.
Thank you very much. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
John.
I believe I made a motion. It wasn't seconded.
No, but
No.
John, unfortunately, your motion, well, not unfortunately, the
Okay.
reality is that the motion died because three
All right.
people were against it.
All right.
So the current motion, John, is to hold for revisions. Are you in favor of that motion?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gosh, Abby?
Abby,
You're in favor?
I'm in favor of holding for revisions.
Okay, and who made that motion? I'm sorry. Diane, right?
I did.
Okay, and Diane, you're in favor of your motion? Yes.
Yes.
And I'm in favor of your motion too. So that motion carries. Okay, Lindsay, we'll see
Thank
you
you.
next time.
Okay.
Okay, 4 Ochre Wall. Your eye on?
I'm on.
Okay.
Happy New Year.
Yep.
So, right there. So we are. Maybe if you could go all the way to the bottom, there is actually existing site plan. I will need to show what we are doing first. This one is proposed already. So all the way on the bottom. Sorry. on the full set, much lower. I don't know why this reduced set doesn't show.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, we need to show on the side plan even lower, further down.
Can we see a site plan?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to. Yeah, right here on this sheet on the bottom right, there is a existing site plan. So there is a main house with a garage attached right now, and right now we are proposing to detach this garage, move it to the side, which is another application. And once the garage is off, we want to add this pretty much almost the same like L shape, add another section of the house towards the back, which you'll see on the elevations then. So we are kind of keeping the same look from the front, or the main part of the building, same, not touched. Adding just the left part with the regular roof and the door from the side, actually from the driveway, and then adding a front porch to the main building, and changing the door to removing the side lights and changing it to a double door. So
Okay.
that's from the side plan, and then you'll see on the elevations.
That little roofette, that little peak that you have there showing up is unfortunate, really unfortunate.
Yeah, I know. I tried to make it work, but it was really hard because we couldn't.
Well, there are ways to make it work. But anyway, so let's see. I guess we go straight to board members on this one because we have no HSAB or anything. So.
I'll go if you want.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, Abby.
Okay, is the southwest the looking down the driveway? Is that the front door?
South is looking down the driveway. Yeah, from south to north. Yeah.
All right.
That's the front, south.
Yeah, I think that's the most important view. Otherwise, this is a pretty big lot. So I would, my only concern are to the left, that massing with the shed dormer. Those two windows seem a little large for, the whole proportion thing. Other than that, I don't have I think it's a vast improvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My computer disconnected us. So I think that it is architecturally correct in the area, and I appreciate the changes that have been made.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Val?
I've got nothing. I can't really figure out what's staying, but it's fine how it looks.
Well, I think the main mass is what's staying, and
the main middle and the right part.
But you're okay generally with it?
Yep.
Okay, John?
Yes, could you jack it up 2 notches, please?
Sure.
Thank you. That's good to read. Thank you. I do not find anything objectionable. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Well, so I could nitpick this and say, like, why isn't that dormer on the left-hand side centered in the on that wall and centered on the 2 windows below it? But I don't think I'm going to. So would anyone care to make a motion on this?
Motion to approve is
Make
submitted.
motion.
Yep. I think Val just beat you to it, Diane. So Diane, are you in favor of Val's motion?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, great. Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Okay, John?
Yay.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Now we've got a relocate garage, which you're breaking off of the back of the building, right? And just moving
Yes.
back.
Yes. So yeah, we are just moving the garage, rotating it different way, and removing the garage door actually, and putting a glass door that's facing the pool.
Facing the pool?
Yeah, there's another application for the pool. So,
Okay.
So it's not going to be a garage anymore. It will be a secondary dwelling.
Right. And the one
Motion
that
to
faces
approve is
Zoco Law is,
submitted.
sorry, what, Val?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Oh, okay. That makes it simple. I'm going to run through that motion. So there's a motion made by Val to approve this as submitted. Abby?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
And Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Now let's try out the cabana.
Cabana is a simple 200 square feet with a glass door.
Mm-hmm.
Shower on the side.
Motion to approve the cabana.
Okay. So Val has just made a motion to approve the cabana. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
I'm in favor, so the cabana is now approved. And pool and hardscape.
I would motion to approve the pool too.
Yeah,
Mr.
without the
Chairman,
cover, so we didn't do the fence.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, John.
have you got this pictures up here on the left?
The picture on the left.
Blue, different colored square?
I'm not seeing anything blue on my screen at the moment, John.
Can you see that woman now
No?
dressed up? Okay, I don't know where this comes from. It says
Are you-
Monday for mail, Microsoft, Skype.
Oh, it's something on your screen.
Yeah, something on the screen, yeah.
John, you might want to try and get rid of that.
Let me see if I can get it out of there.
Yeah. It's not appearing on Zoom,
Oh,
John. It's something
sorry.
else.
Yeah, it's gone. Thank you.
John, okay, so where we were, John, was, I believe
Aye.
Val was about to make a motion to approve the pool, but I honestly, I see the pool. Okay. Your
It's in
lines
back
for
of the
your
house.
maintenance are so heavy.
The lines are a little thin. I don't know why. Yeah, that's where the pool is. It's just a pool, no spa.
Oh, okay.
20 by 30 pool without a cover.
Okay, thank you. Was somebody going to make a motion?
I did. Motion to
did.
approve is submitted.
Okay, so on the pool and the hardscape around the pool, Val has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Abby?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Okay. That was a nice clean sweep. All right.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
All right, let's see if Marty's on board for 3 Pleasant Street. Marty, you there?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Here is if he needs me also.
Yeah, is this the same,
Same property I brought in like 5 times.
right, okay.
Visibility and lack of visibility was established a long time ago, so go from there.
All right, Marty, you have the microphone.
Thank you very much. So in this program, which already been approved, is the shed and the deck. And so what I've created is a nice level terrace of lawn, expanding the existing lawn that's there, and a little bit of a sunken, what I call a ladies' terrace, where we go down to a small water feature with a kind of a French gravel terrace in the center of it. It's surrounded by the existing brick to match existing situation. And I think I wanted to point out one other thing. Out at the driveway, I've created an evergreen. There's a existing privet hedge right up against the house. As we speak now, the arrow could go just a little towards the house. Yeah, right there. That's going to be a evergreen hedge. Just a boxwood hedge about 6 feet high, all fastigia. And so it's going to be nice, private. And so I'm taking the existing wall, which is in one of the photographs, and I'm making a raised flat lawn with sunken gardens going around it. And the sunken gardens are full of 6 foot tall Tokyo hydrangeas, blue and white, with a couple Japanese maples. So it's, yeah, the right photo, which shows the green lawn, shows the existing wall that's there. And so that's the same look, just going with what's existing there now, that same Philadelphia stone cap on the wall. And so it's a simple, clean look. And I'm also using the old schist stone for the entrance at Main Street or at Pleasant Street. You'll see that I'm enlarging that to 2 pieces of schist. So that'll have the old Nantucket look. I've got 2 great old slabs, and that'll be at the front door, which will clean up that existing look right now. It's kind of a little piece in between the fence that's there. So I'm going to make it a little bit sweeter. I think it'll be a nice addition to that house. And again, you can't see it, but it'll be a pretty little garden in town.
Hey, Marty.
Mm-hmm.
I just have what I hope is a simple, stupid question. So you have this really light green area labeled as lawn, the really super light green.
Yeah.
What's all the rest of the green?
The dark green is a garden surround.
So that's not lawn. That's all like vegetation of some kind.
Right. That's all shrubbery. That's 6 or 8 feet. There's existing large hedges and bushes all the way around the yard. And so I'm creating a flat area by raising that lawn area, but keeping all the existing grades around it and having the garden kind of burst forward out of it.
Okay, so with respect to like the driveway, the lawn area that you're showing is stepped up, correct?
Yes.
By
8
how
inches,
much?
almost 12 in the back corner.
8 to 12 inches. Okay.
Driveway's not changing, Ray. The driveway's staying exactly as it is right now.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to know how much that lawn area was popping up, not 3 feet, 8 to 12 inches. Okay,
Right.
so we must have 8.
Yeah.
What, Marty?
I was saying yes.
Mr. Chair, we do have HSAB comments. It was based on this plan that's before you. The one that we were just looking at, this one right here, we just received. But the comments that both myself as staff and HSAB had was regarding the driveway. We don't, obviously, planning board would be required to expand it from the existing. So that was notated, and it wouldn't be appropriate for the historic district. But as far as the overall stone wall is okay, the spa is more than likely not visible. Obviously expanding the driveway wouldn't be unnecessary. We did ask for more information. I think this provides a little bit more information. Other than that, I do believe everything is good, especially the driveway not being expanded. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Okay, board members.
I'm good with it.
All right, thanks, Abby. Anyone else?
Are we're okay with it expanding the driveway, or we're okay
I
with?
think that Marty is not expanding the driveway anymore. That's what I
No
understand.
change to the driveway at all.
Correct. So this was the previous plan that showed it expanded. That's not their plan. This is the plan they're going by, not expanding it.
Oh, I have the one that was showing it expanded. Sorry.
We just received this, so.
Okay, I'm fine with it.
Okay, so let's see, Diane.
No, I find as long as that driveway doesn't get back to being
expanded.
so big, it's fine.
Okay. John?
Yes, sir. I have no objection to putting in the brick, but we should make sure that there's a standard brick side design and not crossbucks like we had last week.
Oh, yeah, so this is, well, it's rendered as running bond. So what you're talking about is herringbone, which it's not. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Marty?
Yeah, the driveway stays as existing, unchanged.
Yeah, so running bond, John.
Now, Mr. Chairman, this also says 20 Pleasant Street.
No, 3 Pleasant
My
Street.
screen.
This application is for 3 Pleasant Street.
It says footprint, and you look at that long thing up in the top of the screen. There's a bunch of gobble there, and then it comes over, and it says 20 Pleasant Street. What does that call for?
Again, I don't
He
see.
needs to look higher than that. He's looking at the link. If you look up on the top left, it says 3 Pleasant Street. He's looking at the link, which has a lot of 20s in it.
Okay, so John, this is definitely 3 Pleasant Street that we're reviewing.
Yeah, I'm looking for that. I got the 20% on the right, but
Go on the left.
okay.
Yeah, go way to the left, upper left-hand corner.
I got you. Way up in the corner. Yeah, it's tucked away. Like,
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, so-
There we go. There we go. Can I make a motion to approve?
Please do.
There it is. Thank you.
Okay, Abby has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, John?
No herringbone?
No
No
herringbone.
herringbones.
Thank you.
Okay, that was an aye, I
Aye.
think. So
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Okay, Abby?
Aye.
I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Great, thanks, Marty. Next up.
Thank you, board.
Yeah. Well,
Thanks,
see you
board.
later.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Thanks, you too, Linda. Okay, 52 Westchester. Matt's on, right?
I'm here.
Okay.
I can give you a quick summary, Mr. Chair. And
Yeah.
I'm sure there's also comments from historic structures.
I'm sure.
So 52 Westchester, this house on the property card, it actually says it dates from 1925, but I believe the house was moved here in 1925. And the original date of the structure is from 1850, according to the historic survey. And basically what we're looking to do is make some minor additions to it, a series of additions. We're trying not to take away or remove any of the existing fabric. We could start here in the north elevation, which is the street facade. One of the goals here is to create a front mudroom, if you will. There's an existing entry door with some really nice detailing, and so we wanted to keep that. And so the solution here was to do a shallow pitched 1-story bump out with some gutter returns, and then literally reuse the existing, to what extent we can, the existing millwork. On the right side of the north elevation is probably the largest addition. Again, we considered adding dormers to the facade of the main mass, which would be helpful in the second floor, but we thought that would detract too much from the existing structure. So we tried to keep it fairly simple and not add any second floor dormers on the street facade, which is the north addition. If we scroll down to the south, which is the back, again, fairly benign. The dormer on the right side of the main mass is an existing condition. We just copied that, emulated that. That will help us out for the second floor program. Did add some French doors off of a new master bedroom. There's no first floor bedroom, and so that's one of the driving program requirements. You can actually also see on the right side of the south elevation, there's another bump out, which is kind of a secondary mudroom. There's an existing porch, which allows access directly into the kitchen, which is in the rear ward. And then we're also adding a small, it's about a 30-inch wide addition, which is kind of clouded on the left side of that 1-story mass. We can scroll to the other elevations, which I think are fairly indicative of the changes that we just talked about. On the right side of the east elevation, that's the front bump out. The left is the back rear kitchen bump out. And You scroll down just that lower level. It's got a bit of a salt box form to it. It worked well for us. But again, I think that the eave line being higher on the backside, it's not that visible. And even if it was, I don't think it's problematic. So those are the changes, Mr. Chair. I think the key is here is that we're adding a series of smaller additions and really not trying to cut into any of the existing fabric. So thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks. HSAB.
Mr. Chair, this structure from the NHL data is circa 1830 Greek Revival. HDC survey says it's circa 1850, so obviously between 1830 and 1850 during that Greek Revival time period. And the proposed entry addition with the Friendship Stair stoop is a Colonial Revival style addition and not a Greek Revival style element. The pediment over the door is not appropriate. Facade should retain true to the 1830 and the 1850 architectural style. Addition to the side is also inappropriate. The gable addition is inappropriate, should not be approved. The front facade should remain as originally constructed. The west gable addition is unbalanced and should be symmetrical gable. Addition plate height should be lower, ridge should drop, and front wall addition should set back further. Those are our comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to start? Anybody ready?
Oh,
I will.
Thank you, Val.
I actually think a lot of this is okay. I didn't realize looking at it that the front was bumping out. I thought that was just a roof over the door. So I do agree with them on that bump forward, but I think a side addition is fine. Maybe it could be dropped slightly. But I do agree the way this is set on the lot. I know this house, it's you can't see any of it in the rear. It's a very enclosed backyard. Are you gonna paint over the yellow, please? Is it yellow now?
The door,
pictures that you show that are yellow?
I'm trying to think. I don't think so.
Okay.
That was like a blue.
Yeah, you got a series of pictures though in the middle that show it like a bright yellow.
It's not ringing a bell.
I got a picture all blue trim.
Yeah, I think
Right here, coming up after the stucco house.
Yeah. Well, look, there's something weird going on with the camera because there's a massive streak of like something's not right with that.
I think
that's
yellow.
Yellow.
I can actually tell you. So those are older photographs that we found, and we just thought that they might be relevant. But clearly, the color had been changed. And,
holy crow!
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Color of the year 1962.
Well, that was avocado.
There you go. We just trying to find any historic, any photos that predated our involvement. That was as far back, that was the latest we could get. So, but it's blue. We're not changing the color at all.
Okay.
Okay, so Val, have you said your piece?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see, Diane.
Yeah, I need to go to the south elevation of, I believe, was the south elevation, the proposed south elevation. Is it possible to drop that left-hand side with the two doors down? It's only, I don't see that break being more than 6 inches or 8 inches. And the floor size, the floor length or height looks like the same as the whole building. Can't we drop that? I think that's too high. There's too much space in between where the French doors are and up to the eave there.
Can I answer that real quick?
I think we need to. Yeah.
I was just going to say that the second floor ceiling heights are super low. The eave heights on the windows are kind of problematic. I'll see if we can drop it, but the problem with the addition is trying to get it to comply with the current ceiling height requirements versus the existing. I'll try and drop that.
You may want to introduce a porch or something, because I totally agree with Diane on the space between the eave there and the top of the French doors. It's massive.
Yeah.
And
like
on a subordinate mass, so.
Yep.
Continue, Diane.
No, I think that's the thing that struck me the most. And is the south elevation going to be easily seen, Matt, or is it not?
I don't, clearly from Westchester, I don't think you're going to see it at all. It's not to say, I'm cautious about saying you won't see it, because there's been instances where you look at something after it's built, you're like, you can see it from a side street, but you can't see it from Westchester.
Okay, that's what I want to know, because I was just concerned about that 8 to 16 pane window. So may I see the east elevation? On the first floor there, you have those 2 bunches of mulled windows and a big space in between. I didn't know whether you were thinking about maybe separating them, getting them the whole first floor with 4 windows spread across, rather than having that empty space in the middle and then the empty space on the upper floor.
Those windows are existing, Diane.
Okay, so it's just that and the west. So my thing is, I would like to see that area dropped that I mentioned. I'd like to see it dropped as much as possible, because it's I think it destroys the facade of the building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby.
I really like the facade of the building as it is now. It's just so super pure and untouched. Although I really like your design, Matt. I'm so sorry. It's a really good attempt to do that, but I don't want to lose that historicness.
Gotcha.
A question about it looks like cinder blocks for a foundation. Is that true?
Yeah. That's an existing condition.
Just, I think it would be nice if those were parched or something.
They don't look as bad. If you look at the photographs, I think they are from the 1920s, so that they're a little bit more, it's about a high class of cinder block as you're going to get, but.
Okay. All right. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot, Abby. John, how about you?
Can I have the north elevation, please? Okay, hold it right there. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You see they're changing. They're putting a gable roof on.
Yeah.
6 inches minimum, and that's 5-inch pitch there. It says so right there.
That's right.
It had to be changed about that. Other than that, I don't believe that boxed window on the back, that's in the back, I don't believe that can be seen. Thank you.
Okay, John, thanks. Yeah, Matt, look, I understand why you want to do this sort of projecting gable on the front, but yeah, the minute I saw it, it was like, wow, it's really compromising the simplicity of the facade. So unless you can come up with something more palatable, I would be against it. I also did not like the salt box thing with the second floor plate that was raised up the way Diane had mentioned, although A, I'm not sure that's visible, and B, you could always do something in terms of a porch there that would get rid of all that shingle space. So I think, folks, what we might want to do with this is allow Matt to do some revisions to this guy. What do you think?
Motion to hold.
I make a motion.
So Val beat you to it, Diane, but Diane, are you in favor of the motion?
Yep.
All right, thank you. John?
Yes, I have a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead.
When you first opened this application,
Yeah.
there was a picture of different houses, and one was a white-faced house with yellow trim. Am I right?
That was from years ago, John. That was a picture of the house like back from the 60s.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
It's blue now, but you're in favor of the motion to hold for revisions?
Yes, there it is, right there.
Yeah, that's an old picture.
I think we
Okay,
should
John?
consider adding that color to the approved HTC color palette list.
So, John's in favor of the motion. Abby?
Aye.
Okay, Val, you're in favor of your motion?
Aye.
All right, and I am too. So that's unanimous. Thank you,
Thank
Matt.
you.
I'm sure we'll see you a little later. Okay, next up, 2A South Pasture. So do we have Isaiah on to represent this guy?
He is here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Hi there.
Over here representing the Steels.
Okay, so we have the drawings in front of us. You want to just tell us what you're hoping to do?
So what we're proposing is a fairly simple design for a 3-bedroom off of South Shore Road that we think that will blend in nicely with the neighborhood. And let's see, I'm trying to, if you scroll down, I think we get to the elevations. I don't know if my computer's lagging.
Well, you're looking at our screen share, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, so like right now, we're looking at the front of the building.
So that front is the east elevation, which faces South Shore Road.
Okay.
And there, the
That's
front.
same thing again, right?
Same thing, and then the rear elevation below.
Okay.
The east.
Oh, interesting. So the front is actually facing South Pasture Road, the left elevation.
The left, the left, that would actually be the right, which would be the north elevation, is facing South Pasture.
Okay, so this is a side door on the quote left elevation?
Correct. That would be on the driveway side.
Okay.
Coming
All
in
right.
off.
What are the colors on this one?
This will be natural to weather.
And your sash?
The sash will be sand tone.
Okay.
And I believe Hamilton blue on the front door is what we put.
Okay. Anything else, Isaiah?
That's it. I think it's very simple, and
okay.
I don't have any other comments.
All right, we'll see.
I'll go.
Okay, thanks, Phil.
We just approved 2 houses exactly like this at 28 that were covenant lot houses on the other side of the junkyard.
Correct.
It's the same house, maybe different colors, but I think it's appropriate for the area.
Okay, thank you, Val. Diane?
Yes, I think it's appropriate.
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
John?
Motion to approve as submitted.
There we go. John's made the motion. On John's motion, Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
And I'm in favor of your motion, John. The motion carries. Thank you, Isaiah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Happy New Year to you and the board.
Thanks.
Thank
Same
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 15 Bassett Road.
I thought this was old business. It's not.
What?
I thought this application was an old business, so I didn't view it.
No.
I don't remember seeing something on Bassett Road.
It was for the pool.
Is Katie here?
Yeah, is Katie here?
She is not, it looks.
Okay. Should we hold it?
Mhm.
Can we have a motion to hold?
Motion to hold for representation.
Thanks. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Ray. Aye. Okay, so we're going to hold that for representation. And now we're along to old business, and you can all see that we have a prescribed board on each one of these. First up, we have 42 Dukes Road. Hopefully either Bill or Steve is on, and the board for this is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Carrie. Do we have Bill or Steve on board?
Bill's here.
Oh, okay, Bill. Hi.
Okay, so this is for what I've been calling a pavilion. It's not really a cabana. It's for the swimming pool area, and it's just simply a roof that they can get away from the sun.
Oh yeah. Yep.
The last time the board met, they asked for more information, and so what these drawings are showing, the top part of the drawing that's up now, is the entire lot showing the existing house, the guest house, and in front of the existing house is I think it's a 10-foot tall hedge of Rose of Sharon. In the rear of the property, there's a 14-foot tall Leland cypress hedge. And in previous applications, we had approved that you can see in the middle section here, the Rose of Sharon is in front, and I've drawn these at the same height as what the existing are. So the Rose of Sharon is drawn here at 10 feet tall, and then the Leland cypress, which is the row behind, which is much thicker, is at 14 feet. Now, in previous applications for the swimming pool, we had the stone wall, and so as part of the approval process for that stone wall, we have to cover it with, these are the cypress and the Rose of Sharon will be planted to cover up that stone wall. So we already have, marching orders that in perpetuity, they have to be screening that stone wall. So I know the last time that we had a meeting about this pavilion, the major comments were about making sure the stone wall is not viewable.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we already have to make sure that stone wall is not viewable. So in this application, it's only for the pavilion, which you can, in this photograph, you can see that little shed there. So that the height of the pavilion shed is the same height as that little porch roof off of that shed in the back there. And you can see in the red lines, that's the height of the Leland cypress, and the blue lines are the height of the Rose of Sharon that were in front of it. And they're drawn to the same height as the existing plantings.
So, William?
Yes?
Is this to say that there were no revisions to the pavilion?
No, the pavilion is the same. It's a 6-post with the roof.
Okay.
And
that hasn't
you can
changed.
see,
This is just about visibility.
Yes, the main concern the last time was about making sure that those stone walls were not visible.
Okay.
I didn't speak up enough, saying that the previous approvals make sure that those stone walls already are not seen. So you can see that when these cypress here are just in a pot, just to show that would be the line basically of where the cypress are going to be. But as they grow and they fill in, then the major concern was that the stone walls are hidden, which they will be. I mean, that's, you know, it's part of the approval for the swimming pool itself.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so board members, anyone care to begin on this one?
Could I just say that Rose of Sharon is a deciduous plant?
It is, and Leland cypress is not.
Right. So if you're
Correct.
banking on screening from the Rose of Sharon, you won't get it in this time of year. So is that, what is before us right now?
The pavilion, which, you know, so there's been a lot of talk so far about the walls and all that, which have already been approved.
So my question is, sorry to cut you off. I just don't want to take up too much time. That building that's already there, that is not what we're talking about. We're talking about a new structure.
Correct.
Correct. I would be happier if this were just a pergola, natural to weather with no roof. You get a pergola, you get some wisteria going, and you get some shade that way. I think adding another pitched roof on this lot is a little too much for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Let's see. Val, you ready?
I was just looking up a Google map. What is I think more of a concern, we're focusing on Dukes, but Vestal Street is in back of this. And correct. I was trying to see what the visibility would be from there.
If I may, Val, the back of this property, which is on Vestal Street, has those are the existing Leland cypress that I was talking about. And they're about 6 feet or 8 feet deep, and they're about 14 feet tall. And so from Vestal Street, I can't even find this property coming up Vestal Street.
Okay. That's my concern. Just like, you know, we have to just be careful because there's such a drop in those two roads, and now we're dealing with something on Vestal Street that we didn't think about. And it's just big, and it's a lot on the site. So you know, that's the concern.
Okay, fair enough.
Is it
Diane?
natural to weather?
Ooh.
Yes.
It is?
I think so.
Everything else is painted out there. I'm just curious. Yeah, trim white.
Oh, white. Oh, yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, that little guest house that this is sort of an appendage off of is white trim.
Yes.
Okay, so Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I for some reason or other think this is very complicated. And I know Billy has explained it and all the rest of it, but if we put in our thing saying it cannot be seen at time of inspection and from then on, I guess that's the best thing to do. I think picking up the Rose of Sharon, tried to put in the cypress and then cover the wall and go back, and all the rest of it is so complicated. I would like to just cover it with if it can't be seen, it's the only way it's going to pass for me.
Okay, I'm gonna investigate that in a second, Diane. Let's see, Carrie, we haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I'm really familiar with this because I live beyond it on both Dukes and Vestal. From Vestal Street, there is a massive wall of the evergreen, the Leland cypress, for the stretch of the property. So at certain times of year, you can see through and see the roof of the existing little building. I'm not sure why you don't extend a pergola or something off that existing building. It's already there. as a cabana. It seems to me. So to have two of these, it's redundant, and it's a lot of roof. That, how long is the new one? It just seems extensive. And then from Duke's, yeah, you can plant all you want, but I'm concerned about so many Leland cypress all over the place. I feel like in a good storm, when they get to a certain size, if they're not maintained, that's kind of dangerous. And on the Vestal Street side, it's such a high bank. My worry is the physicality of it all. But I just don't understand the need for it. You have shade in the little building there. I would like to see it extended from the existing building rather than a whole separate building and a perceived ridge that goes from the existing little building all the way to the end of the new building. There's a break in it, but other than that, it reads as one long thing, and it just seems redundant.
Yeah. It's
Sorry.
funny because the pavilion isn't centered on the pool. You know, if it were centered on the pool, it would actually be closer, like very, very close to the existing gable that's reaching out from that shed. You know, oddly so, as like it should have been a connected, but it wasn't for some reason. There's 2 feet of space between. Holly, could you go back to that photograph, that the rendering that's taken from Vestal that shows where the height of the various hedges would be, the Rose of Sharon and the privet in different, there we go. Okay, that's good. Okay. So to Diane's point about not visible, see, the Leland cypress hedge, when installed, will come up to the eave of this thing, but you're still going to see the roof. You'll still see the gable that's there. You'll still see the eave end that's there. And now in addition to that, you're going to see another eave end that's running along that's 2 feet and change away from that one. Okay, so I don't think that we could do the not visible at time of inspection because it's going to be visible. The roof will be visible. No, I don't think there's any question about that. So what do we want to do with this, folks?
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the reason we didn't connect the two, the roof of the pavilion and the little shed, is that we thought, you know, 2 structures might be more approvable. But if you want to connect them, I mean, that's perfectly fine. That's actually what we were going for in the beginning. But so I don't know if that helps or not.
Well, I'm not sure that it would. I'm going to assume that you want this thing to be centered on the pool. Am I incorrect? Because if that's true, then it would actually get longer than what it is right now, because essentially you'd be filling in that gap, that roof gap. So now we just have one long roof. I think the issue is the long roof, frankly.
So if we were, I'm sorry, if we were to flatten it out and make it a pergola, but the owners really are sensitive about, you know, being exposed to the sun and all that. So if we were to do a pergola with a sun block of some sort on it, like basically a flat roof, but it will look like a pergola, would that be more acceptable?
Well, as long as you can, you know, not tell that it's a roof.
Right.
You know, if you're
from the distance, I think that we can very easily do that.
Okay, so thank you for offering that up, Bill. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to ask one of my board members to craft a motion of some kind, which could range from, you know, accepting the pergola or just motioning for revisions to allow us to take a look at that. Anybody care to do that for me?
Motion for revisions.
Okay, so Carrie has made a motion for revisions. On that motion, Let me make sure I get the right board here. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So let's take a look at that, Bill. I think it's much better than looking at a continuous roof. Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead, Val, please.
Because I still do think, even though you're going to plant, Bill, it's in the hedges there. There's right when you get to this driveway, you can see a straight shot.
Right.
What about turning the pool the other way and
Ooh.
having that structure or whatever it is also turn the other way on the other side of the pool? So it's hidden behind the house completely. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you just
I
take.
do. Well, I'll ask my client and we can discuss that and then we'll see in the revisions.
Okay, thanks, William. All right.
You're welcome.
All right, night, night. And okay, now we're going to shift over to 119 Eel Point Road.
Don't you have to take a vote on that?
I did, didn't I?
On,
Oh,
on revisions?
Oh,
Yeah.
aye. Yeah.
What's
I
that?
thought I did.
Aye.
You did. You took a vote.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Abby was absent.
Wow, you guys are gaslighting me.
Sorry. No. I missed something. I don't know.
Okay, so Brooke, are you on?
I am.
Okay, very good. So let's see, you know your board on this, myself, Diane, John, Abby, Val. Which is the same for your next application for the pool.
Yes. May I screen shares?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. This is the cottage. This has evolved towards the front of the lot. As you may recall from last week, we had flipped a cabana to the back and then shrunk the cabana. So I'm just going to take it from there. So this is the site plan as it was approved on the 28th. Yeah. This is the original proposal that was on the west side. You can see the garage doors, the deck, the glass wall, etc. It's and this is how it's going to appear relative to the main house. You can see the cabana there. The cottage is downslope, so it definitely does not compete with the existing or with the approved main house. Here's another view. This is the cottage looking from the north side.
I thought we already approved this.
No, remember they were going to move it, or
Yep.
he was going to move it. Yeah.
Make it smaller.
Yeah. So what I did was, again, looking back at the site plan, originally I had put it up here, and now it's down here. And it's also been reduced from, I think I dropped it from 34 feet long down to 30 feet long, and pulled in, definitely just simplified the some of the features on the building. This is the side that would face Eel Point Road. This is the side that would face the driveway. This is the side that faces the house and Nantucket Sound, and this is the side that faces to the west and 119R Eel Point Road.
Okay.
And that's it, and I'll answer questions as needed.
Okay, very good. Oh, by the way, is there anyone on in the queue here who wants to speak on this application? I know Stephen Cohen has been interested in this. I didn't check to see whether he was there. Is that a no? Looks like maybe a no. Yeah, okay. Okay. Board members that are sitting on this.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Anyone else?
I'm okay with it.
Diane is okay with it. And did I just hear Val?
Yes, that wasn't Tootie, it was me.
Was both of you, actually. Okay, so John, do you have anything you want to say on this before I take it to a vote?
Yes, I noticed on the north elevation and the south elevation, only one of these dormers have the meeting rails in line, but this other one is not meeting, is the 1 foot setback, the south elevation. You got it flush on both of them. You look at the south.
Well, okay.
North elevation. Go to the right side of the house. Go up where the corner is. All right. Now go look over on the west elevation, and it doesn't show enough there. What am I trying to say?
No, I know what you're trying to say. So we agree that on the east elevation, it has to be flush because that's a flush dormer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, arguably he could push it back a little bit more on the west elevation, but that eave projects out quite a bit, like looks like almost a foot.
At least.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not talking about the return. There's no setback.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. So, but John, you'll agree that the one on the one side, which would be the east elevation, has to be flush, because it's all in one plane, right? That's always the way it is. And the one on the west elevation could be pushed back, but it's got a very large built out eave below it that's running the whole length to separate it from the wall below it.
Yeah, I think the return came around on the west side there. There's nothing wrong with the overhang. It's the idea that our general policy is on the second floor is a 1 foot setback from the first floor. There's no setback here. That's just a return, as far as I can see it. Going, you look at the west elevation, start on the left, where there's an overhang on the second floor, which is okay. But the one on the left on the north side, there's no 1 foot setback.
The left on the north side.
What he's trying to say is they're both flush dormers, and the only reason the one on the west doesn't look like it is because of the return. He'd like to see it set back a foot.
Yes, I know that's what he's saying. And what I'm trying to say is that the eave is like projecting out about a foot below that. It's not really it's not going to be perceived as being flush.
Right.
Hey,
Can you set it back 6 inches?
yeah, it looks like you have space underneath of your sills there to be able to do something, Brooke. You know what I'm saying?
All right, I think I could maybe push it back 6 inches. This is the reason. There's a stairwell here.
See that, yeah.
And it's, this is about as tight as it gets for legal head height right here.
Well, okay.
I know that's not your concern.
Well, it's not my concern, but also I can see ways that you could easily gain 6 inches out, moving that back without any kind of, hardship.
Okay. Well,
You want to
I'll
give
move
it
it
a
back
try?
6 inches.
Okay, motion to approve moving that dormer back 6 inches.
That would be the west dormer, 6 inches back from the plane below it. Okay, so Abby's motion is to approve this with the west dormer moved 6 inches further back. Who's doing that?
Me.
You are? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see. Abby's made that motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane. Diane?
She's muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. My dog was barking.
Oh, okay.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Thank you, Brooke. Okay, so now we're going to do your pool, I think, right?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Can I step out for 1 sec?
Let's
you
see,
got-
1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Stephen, can you come in on this one?
Sure.
Yeah, because you are an alternate on this. So if you don't mind, Brooke, Abby's gonna take a break and you're gonna have Stephen on.
Sure thing.
All right, thanks.
All right. So, let's see. Here we are. So this was an application that was meant to track with all the other applications, and because of the new year and some of the revisions, this is where we are. And so I had to submit an Exhibit A for this application because there was just no way that I could know where it was going while the cabana was being discussed and this building was being discussed, and also this walk down. That said, it really hasn't changed its location, and the general layout hasn't really changed relative to the main house or the cabana. But now, after the approval of the cabana and the walk down from the other night, I can show it more accurately. So that's where this is now. It's obviously not visible really from anywhere. And I guess I'll leave it to you.
Okay, thanks. All right, folks.
Motion to approve.
Okay. If anybody has any comments on the motion as I take the roll call vote, you can voice them. But so there is a motion. I'm going to take a vote on that. So Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Brooke, I do have a question. Your cover sheet shows the section and the bluff is pretty high up.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So that's accurate or reasonably so?
That is based on these topos, which were provided by Santos.
Okay.
So I did like spot elevations at these points right through the middle of the lot. So it's accurate within probably an inch.
Yeah. I guess that's reasonably accurate.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm good with it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. John?
Yes, I'm looking. Just a moment.
Yep. You want me to come back to you, John? I'll come back to you. Diane?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
I'm an I.
You're an aye. Okay, very good. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
All right. John?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay, so that's that. And now I'm going to need to jump off because the next one, I think Lisa is there. If she's not, I can give her a call. Lisa, are you there? Let me call her. Oh, gosh. I'm going to mute just for a second. Hang on. Try and rustle her up.
Thank you, guys.
Brooke, you're all set.
All right. Thank you very much. Happy 2021.
Been okay so far.
Yeah.
I love how everyone is so fresh and bright at the beginning of the year.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, Johnny.
Lisa is going to be on in just a second, okay? So I'm going to mute back, but I guess you can get this stuff up. She'll be right
Okay.
on.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I was on a call.
Thank you, Lisa. What you got for us?
Holly, were you able to pull up that other one, or do you want me to pull it up, that what I sent you today? Oh yeah, this is the revised north elevation. The other elevations are from the other set, but this is Western Ave. And when I went to the 8 SAB, guess it was last Monday, to discuss the house. I don't know if we should pull up the other elevations so you can see the changes I made. You guys had requested seeing some more of that you missed seeing the X railings from the north. So what we had done was we added a little porch on the right-hand side and added the X railings back on the right-hand side. And then you guys had suggested maybe putting some X railings at the link, but when I went to 8 SAB, they actually said they preferred it much more glazed, so that it looked more like a link. So that other drawing that Holly will pull up in a second shows it that way. They also wanted me to pull the dormer in, so the other drawing that Holly has reflects that change. And they also liked the old roof form of the garage. What we did with the garage is we widened it. We kept the little hip to cut end, and then we added a little roof over the doors just to kind of soften the height. So the height has not gone down, but because it's wider, I think the proportion of it is much better than it was before on the garage.
Do you have a south elevation?
Yep. The south 8 SAB didn't have any comments on, so that the only difference would be it would have the clipped roof like the original submission.
Right. No, I just wondered, I see on the main house south elevation, the original south elevation that people are used to, was looking, and I see where the link between the house and the garage would be, but I was wondering if it was glass on the south side and glass on the north side. That's been brought up several times recently, is that you would see straight through it. And
Yeah.
I don't see what link is on the south. Anyway.
It's on the other drawing. Again, it was in respect to, I only sent the north with changes because that was the only one that the 8 SAB had comments on. But they preferred it being glass all the way through, so it looked a little bit more like a link as opposed to part of the house. They felt like it would look lighter.
People in hell want water. So what they want, what they get is two different things sometimes.
Yep. And then their other comment, which Holly I'm sure will share, is that they really liked the idea of incorporating some dark green trim. So they suggested sticking with the cream on the exterior for the trim color and making the sash dark green.
And the crossbucks?
They would be cream because that's what they exist now.
Okay. Who would like to begin? Who's ready to begin?
Madam Chair, may I mention HSAB's additional comments and staff's comments?
Yes, perhaps you can.
Thank you, ma'am. So of course we all remember this is a circa 1938 bungalow, part of the Wee Weeder Inn dining hall. The railing has been added as requested by you all. The 24-inch rafters has been added. The garage has been widened. And Lisa mentioned that there was possibly a forensic analysis of the paint color, which this would be something that obviously staff and HSAB would be very appreciative of, especially on a historic structure, to see what those colors were. And that was a comment from HSAB about white is not appropriate. So of course a cream or a yellow would be good. The straight gable of the garage feels taller, have it echo the house with the hips. So that's what Lisa has done. Rail looks good. The west dormer feels large, make it smaller. And then there was a conversation about having a white and green combination for colors versus yellow. So of course, again, it goes back to what that forensic analysis would provide. like the previous hip on the garage. So therefore, Lisa has provided that. Make the dormer smaller, cream trim windows and no white. So overall, no white. And then the previous breezeway connector is more successful. So those were the overall comments from HSAB. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm a little confused. So the one that we got in our packet is not what we're supposed to look at, right?
What you received in your packet, Val, if I may, is what was submitted and what HSAB reviewed on the 28th. What this one sheet that we received from Lisa today is for based on what HSAB had mentioned regarding the garage itself and the connector piece. That was it.
And the dormer on the west has been pulled.
Yes. Yes,
So,
the dormer.
Madam Chair, I want to follow up for clarification if I can interject. So Holly, if I'm reading this correctly, on the north elevation, specifically with regards to the connector, the current is for the three panels, one being a door. The reference that HSAB made was to the most recent submission, which was a single 4-light door with no side lights.
That's right.
And then the original submission was for a 2-door with flankers.
That's right. That
So the one they're recommending then is as the appropriate is the 4-light single door with no flankers. That's it.
That's not my understanding. What HSAB is recommending is more glass.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Huh?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to understand.
And that came up at the end. Angus brought it up. He just
Angus
said,
did bring it up.
I really think that your original submission with the glass connector was more successful.
This previous, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, we changed the proportion of that a little bit in my sketch here to make the garage wider, to make that mass feel more grounded. So he liked how all the glass sizes were the same, how there was, there was some order to it. And then everybody seemed to hop on board with that, so I made the change. The only person that seemed to hesitate a little bit was Lucy, who said, well, it is very close to the road.
Yeah, it's right on the road.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I just wanted to understand that before I make comments. Sorry to interrupt, Val.
No, it's okay. I personally, if I'm going to go, don't agree with them on the side facing the street. I don't think that looks like a traditional fenestration. I liked the single door. I could maybe be persuaded to do a full glass door with some shingles on the side, but I don't personally. The other changes I think are fine, but that one I don't agree with. But that's just me.
Thank you. Thank you. Abby, do you got something? Oh, she's gone. Steve.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I agree with HSAB with respect to the clip gable on the garage. I think bringing that back is beneficial. I don't agree with the connector comment. I do think that the single is more appropriate. And I'm just wondering, Lisa, the rail heights on these railings seem very low.
Well, we don't need them for code, obviously, because the ground is right there. I can pull up a picture. They're pretty, maybe we can raise them up a little bit.
It's just, in reference, looking at the west elevation, your eye doesn't pick it up as much, but on that north elevation, with respect to looking at the connector and the door, they look almost, it's just like a symbolic reference to have them as opposed to an architectural feature.
Yeah,
and I don't think that would be appropriate in that location. I almost think in that particular location, just omitting them altogether would be more appropriate.
Oh, I see what you mean, just in this connector part.
Yeah, because the height is so low.
I think they look silly. I agree with you.
It's well, I wasn't going to say that, but But you did, and that's okay with me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Johnny, what would you
Yes.
like to say?
Thank you. The only thing I can find different in this is that the you have 4 pictures here. You have a regular gable, you have a shed, you have a Dutch hip. It kind of makes it a little out of character for the neighborhood. But as I say, I'm just making a comment. What I see there, anything here is an improvement of what's existing. Thank you.
Oh,
Well,
no, what
looking
is
at the old
existing?
one.
Yeah, I think the Dutch hip is back, John, on the garage. So hopefully you'll find that more appealing.
Okay, and if you ask me, I don't particularly like the full glass panels in the connector. I don't know. I know that house so well that it sort of gets in my mind is what it did look like, what it should look like. So I don't want to make too much of a decision on it. Perhaps if we up the cross bucks by a little bit, it would give them more importance. One of the things that I think catches your eye out there, it always does, and people remark about it, even if it's falling into the ground, is the cross bucks across the front and around the side.
Yep. I have an idea. I wonder if we can, I'd like to go to the other elevation just because I think it's more akin to what we're suggesting. Put the single door.
Okay, what elevation one?
This one right here that Holly brought up, because it shows the Dutch hip, and pulling the gable back on the north or on the west side. But maybe if we went to a single door and we could raise the cross bucks, or maybe come up with a way that one of them, you put them across and maybe one operates as a gate, or
that would be, I would appreciate that.
But leave all the glass?
No, I hear you guys not wanting to have the glass. I'd appreciate a one full glass door, but just having one door.
And then the cross bucks, that I would appreciate that. I think is the garage straight on? I can't get a site plan, or is it backed up a little foot or so behind the main house?
It's backed up. We're backing it up, but we can't back up any further because of the wetland. So it's in front of the main house.
Yeah, you got that in the.
But you see
and
the
the bank going down the hill there.
Right.
Lisa,
it can get rather fun.
Just a thought. In the existing house where you're putting that connector, right, is where there was formerly an open porch. Could you make it look as if that porch was closed in and make that glass, but down below would be?
Yeah, I agree. The only challenging thing is we need to get a door in there because that's the mudroom.
Well, you could make one a door and a door and then like 2 windows or something. Then it would, to me, seem like it was a sun porch or a porch that was closed in.
Yeah, I can certainly do that. I have one thought though. Is there any way of getting an approval of something just from a massing perspective, because we are going to the ZBA in 10 days and we need to have HGC approval? I
don't think anybody's asking to change any massing, that just some mild fenestration on that section.
They won't hear it unless they have a certificate of appropriateness. So is there some form of that connector that we can come up with that's acceptable, and then I can do that?
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Not a motion yet, Steve.
Not yet?
No, I wanted to say something, okay? If we approved it as it exists with the single door or whatever, and to get you a COA, would you be willing to make some revisions, come back or change it so we get the door, or draw it in the way that Val said? I think what Val described is good.
Yeah, I
Could
mean,
you
I
do
can do
that?
that with staff. I just don't know how we do that through staff when this, we don't know what the solution is yet, but yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Well, make any old solution and we'll change it when it's time to, but that would get you the COA in time.
Well, that would I appreciate it, because we don't want to wait a month to get to the ZBA again.
Right. So does anybody have a motion that would approve through staff?
Madam Chair, I do have one other additional comment that was brought up to me, and I apologize for not mentioning it further, but the location of the AC units and the meter box, just because how close this property is, or this structure is to the road, we didn't see it on the site plan.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to do geothermal if they can. I mean, I don't know. We haven't gone that year yet.
Okay, just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. There's no place to put the AC units, so.
Maybe being on the right on the water, they won't need AC.
Maybe not, maybe not.
So,
Madam
so
Chairperson.
can I
Madam
get some?
Chairperson.
Yes.
Yes,
Sean.
I'd like to make a comment. Yes, this style of house, basically, was years back, around the Second World War, coming forward through the 50s and 60s. And the fact that this house here has rafter tails exposed. In the old days, when I was younger, a lot younger, and anything with rafter tails would tell you that it was an unheated house and it's a summer cottage, and that's what they were. And that's why they saved money on putting fascia boards on all some of the houses you see around. It's basically in a beach area. It's just information that when you see more of them, there aren't that many on the island. Thank you.
No, it's nice to see them replicated here. So, is anybody willing to make a motion?
Stephen was.
Stephen, go ahead, please.
Okay, I'll make the motion I was going to make a little while ago to approve as submitted through staff, subject to removal of the crossbucks on the connector on the north elevation.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Abby.
Oh,
No, she's not back.
I wasn't here for the whole thing, so
No, I'm sorry to bother you.
That's okay.
Val.
I'm just sitting around.
I don't really understand the motion, but okay. Aye.
All right, and
I'll repeat it.
Aye.
Steve, John says aye. Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm an aye also. So there you are.
Okay,
Lisa.
so it's just to clarify, it's this elevation that's on the screen now, but with a single door, no crossbucks, correct, Steve?
I was going off the drawing that was in front of us a moment ago.
Okay.
I thought we were going
Which
to
was-
put crossbucks.
Which is what was submitted. Excuse me, Madam Chair. I was going off what was submitted in our packets, which was this drawing,
Okay.
and that it was approved through staff subject to removing the crossbucks.
And what about the garage roof?
No, I'm saying I was looking at the connector. My comments are relative to the connector. So the single 4-light door with the crossbucks removed. The clip gable was part of the most recent submission though, correct?
Right.
Yeah, so yeah, that definitely is included. And that's all with the understanding that Lisa was going to come back and make some revisions, but this is just to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I think we have everybody voting on it, and that is good. There you go, Lisa.
Okay, thank you guys very much.
Go get them, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
And Ray will.
Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks, folks. We're moving along to now 7 Bunker Hill Road. Cole, Coombs, Camp, Oliver, Welch. Is Abby back? I didn't notice.
Yes. Yes, she is.
Abby's back. Okay. Oliver, Welch. Yep. Okay. I should ask first, do we have somebody on to represent this?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. Deborah Wilson, good evening.
Very good. Thank you. So did we make revisions to this, or was this more of a view thing?
I'd say both.
Okay.
The SBA requested a landscape plan, and they also made a suggestion that they would like to see the proposed fence be all cedar construction, and we are certainly willing to be compliant with that.
All cedar as opposed to what?
Originally, it was proposed to have pressure-treated cross members and pressure-treated posts.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And Mr. Welsh had suggested it might view better over a long period of time with an all cedar construction.
Yeah, well, that's certainly true. Okay. Do we have further sconce advisory on this?
Yes, sir, we do. So this was originally reviewed in November, and then this past Monday, the 28th, they did look at the proposed plan before you. This plan looks a lot better. Their comments are as follows. No issues other than the proximity of the fence to the sycamore and linden trees, which are shown on the plan. Fences usually go between houses as seen from New Street. Is inappropriate. However, the plantings will be nice. We'll see the end of the fence on New Street. So this is a location over here. There was a conversation about having possibly an invisible fence within the hedge, works to keep the dogs out. The owner was in attendance to Sconset Advisory along with Ms. Deborah. Gave a little bit more background about reasons to have the fence, which seems to be a mutual agreement between the current owner and the previous owner due to dogs who are randomly going back to their old property. So that additional info was helpful. There was a comment that the site plan that's before you would be better if it actually provided the actual locations of both structures, not just the applicants, both the owners at this property and 34 New Street in relationship to the proposed fence. So those are the overall comments. Landscaping obviously is going to be proposed, but this location of where the end of the butt end of the fence is in relationship to the property was of concern. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Was of concern. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, please.
Sorry, who was that?
This is Deborah.
Oh, hi. Go ahead.
Holly, thank you for summarizing for me here on this project. If you look at the what's in front of us at the box labeled east elevation, thank you. You can clearly see the dwelling on the adjacent property.
Oh, you mean the Sconset advisory comment that there was no plan of the house on the neighboring property?
That's correct, that we did not.
Right, there is none on the plan, but you're just suggesting that it is on the elevation.
That might be helpful.
Right. Remind me how tall this is.
The fence is 5 foot.
5 feet, okay. All right.
Can we hold it there for a second?
Yep.
Thank you.
What are you thinking over there, Abby?
Well, I'm just trying to get it in my mind's eye. It's that That's New Street where it says proposed cedar fence location. That's New Street, and then that's Bunker Hill Road. Okay.
That's correct.
And the yellow L is where the fencing is, or?
It is on the bottom half of it, the horizontal piece of it. There is an existing 5-foot cedar fence there that divides those two properties. So we're going to come off of that, directly off of that corner and head north.
Okay. And I'm assuming the neighbors are all like okay with all this fencing?
Mr. Keogh weighed in with us on our last meeting and made it clear to the board, I think, that Pam Murphy and the Keoghs are friendly neighbors, and they're both in agreement about this. And the major concern is that she does have, and again, in Mr. Keogh's, were 3 very rambunctious dogs. And we certainly want to, you know, be sensitive to those issues as well.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to make it clear because it looks like a lot of neighbors are going to get some fencing. So I just wanted, I'm fine with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. So Abby's fine. Diane, where are you?
I'm fine with this piece of land. I think that the fence between the people next door and where is necessary to keep dogs from wandering. That's a big area. And there are other fences along both Bunker Hill and New Street. So I don't think it'll be untoward.
Okay. Thank you very much, Diane. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Deb, I appreciate the revised site plan. That makes a big difference. I would ask that if and when approved, can we add a red line or a dark line from the left side showing the fence location? Yeah, from the left side across to the right. It just, the lettering that says 118 foot long, 5-foot high cedar fence just gets lost in there. So that would be one suggestion. The other is I have some concern with respect to, we want to make sure 2 things. One, that any approval includes that the vegetative screening is part of the approval versus something that's existing, so that the fence is approved. I think originally when this came in, we just saw it as one long fence without the benefit of vegetation. And that brings to mind the fact that if we don't make the vegetation or vegetation part of the approval, it may become one long fence. I'm not suggesting anything on anyone's part, but if it's not in the approval, it's not part of the approval. And then lastly, I'm just a little bit concerned and would ask for input from other board members. The idea of these, the top rail not going over the posts, and every 8 feet or 8 foot 6 inches having a post with a cap along 118 feet of this.
I agree.
I'm on the fence, if you will, as to whether that's good or bad.
I think that's a good point. And well, you can sort of see it in that little elevation up above. You got all these little post cap things there. Yeah. And it would be much more discreet if you ran a continuous top over and didn't have the post projecting above that top.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may just follow up on that, is what I was thinking is it could be a type 2 cap, which is common on top of the vertical cedar elements. And then the top rail of the fence is lower down, and then the cap is on top of it. We approved one of these, I think, over on Ocean Ave or something near someone's employee housing. Maybe it was the Summer House's neighbor or something.
Let's make sure that Deborah knows what we're talking about there. Do you understand what Stephen is saying?
Yes, I do understand, but I'd like him to be, if he could direct me towards some exact parameters so that we can be compliant with that.
So what he's suggesting is that you end the posts and then there's obviously a horizontal structure that's holding up all these boards. So you have a top and a bottom one and sometimes a middle one. And then the vertical boards project above that. And then you just cap that whole thing off with this little cap that basically is made, its function is to basically seal up all the end grain of those boards that are sticking up vertically. And
I'm familiar with fence cap. Yes, that's not a problem.
Okay.
But do you actually want, just for clarification, do you want the posts themselves to come up above that horizontal plane?
I don't think so.
No.
No, the post would be below that, Deb. And in fact, from one side, they wouldn't even be visible. So they're not breaking up the section. It's basically, you're putting up the framing. The top rail is approximately 6 inches or so below the top of the vertical boards. And then you'll clad one side or the other with the vertical boards and put a cap on the length of it.
Okay, so it's just a contiguous, what they call fence cap.
Exactly. Yes.
We'd be happy to be compliant with that.
Great. Okay. So thank you, Stephen. And let's see, there was one person I didn't.
Me.
Val. Yeah, go ahead, Val.
I think the fence is okay. This particular fence that's drawn, I'm not so sure. It looks like a picket fence, but it's 5 feet tall. And I understand the thing about not having the caps stick up. But the boards are so skinny, and I went out there and I think the existing fence, which I'm sorry I didn't take a picture of, had wider boards. It was just a plain old
board fence?
Board natural to weather fence.
Literally.
That was more rural in nature. And what I wanted to know was what side are the board's going to face? The neighbor?
The boards
Whose
have
house is right there to the east?
Has to face the owner.
Good neighbor side? In other words, is the finished side of the fence going to benefit the empty lot or the people that you're blocking out? Because I thought you were supposed to have the not as pretty side toward yourself.
That's correct.
That is correct. Correct.
Well, that's the rule. So I guess the answer is yes. The framing side of this fence is going to face the applicant's side as opposed to the neighbor's side, Val.
Right. But I don't think that this particular fence we're looking at is congruent with the fence that's there. And I apologized. I didn't take a picture when I was out there.
But so Val, what you're suggesting though is that the boards are wider because this says 4-inch cedar. No, 4-inch
No,
cedar.
3-inch cedar boards, it says.
Oh, those are too narrow. Yeah, definitely. Those are never used.
I thought it was 5 inches usually.
Exactly. It's
1 by
5
6.
or 1 by 6, which is 5.5 inches wide.
No.
I'm sorry, we had a picture from Nantucket Fence Company that we were working with at some point, and I don't know how we got off to the 3-inch.
Okay, so is that to say that you'd be okay with the 1 by 6 boards, which are certainly more standard for a fence?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then the other thing, putting aside for a moment that whole discussion we had about a fence cap, Val is suggesting that there wouldn't be a fence cap, that it would just be a simple board fence with no adornment on top. Right, Val?
Not necessarily. I think the cap is okay. It was more the width of the boards as opposed to what's actually there in that back piece between the two properties.
Well,
that are
totally
there.
agree with you. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a fence this tall with 1 by 3. So 1 by 6 would be the proper number. Is that it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All
We're
right.
happy to be compliant.
All right, so I think we can probably make a motion to move this thing through if somebody would dare to do so.
And then
I make a motion
Okay, go ahead.
to have the fence being a 1x6 with no caps on it. The good side of the fence facing the neighbors, the bad side facing the owners of the property, and it is natural to weather.
Okay, I think that kind of covers it. So let's take that one to a vote. On that motion, Stephen.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. I hate to belabor this, believe me. In Diane's motion, are the posts visible from the good side or not?
Post visible from the good side?
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
I got a no and a yeah.
No, just I'm proposing just a normal 1x6 fence, the way that you see all over the island. Not
Okay.
whether the
I'm
post is
a
on one
no.
side. What?
I think it's not very clear, so I'm a no. Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
with
Chair.
you. I think we need more information.
Why don't we hold for what you want? Some more information, more detail.
Okay, I guess I'm not understanding what more information needs to be given, but
Maybe the correct width of board, and it sounds like the cap or no cap. Does Deborah need more information from us?
well, I think we've been pretty specific.
Chairman.
It's so simple.
May I approach the board?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we move for this to be a conditional approval at this point? I don't think there's anything further we can add to this. It's a fence. I think your suggestions are well framed and well taken, that if we are compliant to a contiguous fence cap, there will be no caps on it. The framing is facing the applicant, and that we will be a 1x6 board.
Okay, so that's where the part about the good side, quote unquote, facing the neighbor is you phrased it in a slightly different way. And that's where I think Stephen got trapped up. Am I correct in saying that, Stephen?
No, where I'm tripped up is two parts. One is I believe Diane's motion was for no cap. And the idea was that there would be a cap that would be contiguous, so that the second point, that the posts are not part of what's visible from the exterior. I just think that would be a mistake, but I don't want to hold this thing up any longer. I'm
not arguing with you, but usually when you're looking at a board fence, Stephen, you don't see the posts, you just see the boards.
Right. And
right.
When I asked for clarification on that, it was said just as it's shown, but without the cap. So to me, that's a very different fence.
No, it's not at all what's shown on your screen right now. It's totally morphed.
Mm-hmm.
Look, could somebody please give me this motion? 1x6 vertical boards with a cap, with all of the framing to be on the homeowner side and the boards facing the neighbor.
So move.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so Stephen is I'm gonna give Stephen that motion. So on Stephen's motion, let's see, Val.
Mr. Chairman.
John, yes, you're not on this, but what?
Never mind.
Okay, hang on one second. We're in the middle of a vote. So Stephen's made a motion. Val.
Aye.
Okay, Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Great. Stephen.
Aye, aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor, obviously, that motion carries. So, great. 1x6 board fence, natural to weather, cap on it with all the framing facing into the homeowner side. Thank you. All right, let's see. Now we can move. Hey, John, did you want to ask me something?
Oh, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to the next application, which is 9 Quays Pastures Road. Board on this one, these two, I should say, are myself, Diane, John, Abby, Val. Okay. We have Stephen Rothke, that is.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm present. Happy New Year, Board.
Thank you, Stephen. Same to you.
Shall I start with a recap, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, brief recap. But now once the drawings are up, it's like all of a sudden it came right back to me. So go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all for your time. At the end of our last meeting, the general consensus, at least what was reported in the HDC minutes, was that, you know, in general, I think we were headed in a pretty good direction, certainly better than the existing sort of odd massing. This reduced version that we're looking at right now does not show the side-by-side comparison. So if anyone's not remembering the existing conditions, it might be helpful if Holly put those up. But if everybody's on track, one of the things that Diane struggled with was just the overall amount of clouding, and you'll see that's greatly reduced here. We've only clouded the changes that we've made. So to be specific, you might recall that I had proposed a combination of red cedar and metal roof on the original application. And at the time, it was a green standing seam metal roof on some of the accent and sort of secondary roof masses, if you will. It was going to match some hunter green Anderson window cladding. And the comments, I think almost across the board, was that I think we were all feeling a little gun shy about that much green and certainly the standing seam. So with that in mind, the revisions you'll see tonight are for a red cedar roof on each and every piece of the roof massing. So that's all a red cedar roof, which we're very used to seeing. And we've also taken that opportunity then to eliminate the hunter green windows, and we switched to just a dark bronze, which is that sort of deep brown color that Anderson makes. And so I think that the darker windows in combination with the all natural to weather trim package and the natural to weather red cedar roof definitely will reduce the sort of visual impact of the standing seam metal roof, which was, I think, really the primary concern for this application in the last hearing.
Okay. All right. Excuse me. Val, do you want to start?
Sure. I appreciate those changes a lot. I still have concerns with this being connected to the other structure. Because I just think it reads as such a ginormous building. And I'm not still convinced about the cupola. I think there's something about it proportionally that is just not settling with me, but I can't tell you exactly what it is until I can zoom in on my computer and look at it. But the color changes are so appreciated, and the roof material change.
Okay. Thank you, Val.
Yeah.
All right. So how about you, Diane?
I agree with what Val said. I think that the change of the roof color material is good. What I think the location is strange. So the cupola looks strange. It is not in a location that they usually are. It's sort of set free. I don't know. It does, for me, it doesn't work. And I don't see where it can go and work. I would rather see it probably and unfortunately removed on this house.
Okay, Diane.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Abby. Abby, I think you might be.
I know, sorry about that. I appreciate the changes. I mean, it's kept it. Wasn't this a Boy Scout camp or something? Or no? Oh, sorry. It looks, I mean, if it was, it's kind of kept its character. If it wasn't, that's too bad.
If it wasn't, it looks just like a Boy Scout camp.
I had said that it was campy in nature and that it did look like a Boy Scout camp, but it was not actually a Boy Scout camp.
That's stuck in my brain, and I like it. It's funky. It's still funky. It was funky before. It's still funky. I like it. It's a good attempt. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks, Abby. John?
I have no comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So I'm kind of okay with the cupola. I understand why it's there, but if my suggestion for you, Stephen, if the board wants to lose the cupola, oh, by the way, there's also this issue of the connection between the two buildings, which I think is going to be a thing. But if you need to lose the cupola, like I understand what it's doing, but why don't you just run that ridge and just have a little, run it just past the lower ridge and just have it sitting on top of that lower ridge without the cupola. You can do that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, I'm certainly, should I respond, Ray, or not?
Well, I'm not sure that you need to. It all depends on who makes the motion and what the motion includes as a condition, if anything. But so why don't we see where that goes, and then we might want you to respond. Would somebody care to make a motion on this one?
I'm not going to, because I'm okay with it, and I think people have reservations. So I'm just going to lay low.
So for those of you that are unwilling to approve this without some sort of a concession, I'd actually like the motion to come from one of you so that we can include that and get this to go, get this approved.
I'll try to make a motion. I just would ask, is it because that roof sticks up higher than the other roof?
That's the problem. And so he's trying, it was I think a noble attempt at trying to reconcile the different heights of the two roofs. But Val, you've seen where you have one ridge here and then the other gable's like this, and that sort of goes and it just dies on top of the other ridge. That is done.
Okay. Well, I would make a motion to approve with the cupola removed for now without prejudice. If you want to come back with it when it's framed up, maybe it will appear differently to us. I think it's a proportion thing and I can't put my finger on it, but and no connector between the structures.
Okay. That is Val's motion. I think that one's going to go. So on Val's motion, Abby.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I kind of liked it as it was too.
Well, Val made a point of saying that if they want to come back and revisit it once the building's framed, then we can check it out again and see if it's visible.
Right. Those are easy to put back on. Okay.
Right.
I'm in.
So Abby's in. John?
I don't get to make any comments, Ray?
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you do, but there's a motion on the table and you're about to get approved. Do you want us not to do that?
No, all I was going to say is that I understand where the board's coming from on the cupola and that I'm content. I'm happy to do Ray's solution and just have the one ridge overlap the other. I was going to make a last ditch effort explanation on the connector piece, which was simply that after changing the roof material and the color to be all natural to weather, it was my hope that I would have reduced the visual impact enough that that connector piece would.
I think Val's comment about, without prejudice means that you can come back for that connector. So that this is a low risk approval for us. And then the same thing, you can come back and try it again, and then we can check visibility and all that. Okay, so I would just let this go.
Roger that. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so John, on the motion, are you in favor of Val's motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, John. Diane?
Yes.
All right, and Val?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries. Thank you. And now let's go to the cottage.
All the same material and color changes, Mr. Chair. And with the addition that on the south elevation, there was some discussion about erratic fenestration, and I did work to streamline that. And so you'll see those revisions there as well. We also separated some windows on the east elevation. That was another specific comment brought up by the board.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Anyone care to begin? If no one volunteers,
begin.
I'm going to excuse. Okay, thank you very much, Diane.
I will begin on to say that I appreciate the proposed south elevation, revising the fenestration on that wall. The next one, the proposed west elevation, you are changing the standing seam roof to a red cedar, which
Right.
we have agreed to, and over the roof over on the left-hand side also. And the revised fenestration, I guess mostly fenestration, I probably had a thing to do with it. But I approve of the north elevation. Tell me, on the east elevation, it says revised fenestration. What is revised about those two windows up on the right-hand gable with blue?
Those windows I actually
What are you
downsized
proposing
a little
there?
bit. They had been A's and I changed them to C's. They match the adjacent dormer, and they very nearly match the existing configuration, which is that there's two casement windows up there now. I've made them double hung.
Well, that's right. I just wondered because I think the C's go well with the rest of everything up there is C's, so that's fine. I appreciate your changes and go with them.
Okay.
Thank you
very much. I should point out too, by the way, folks, that there is this little issue of the approval for the main house did away with the connector roof, which is something that we do see on the east elevation that's trailing off to the right-hand side. So that's not there anymore. Now, whether there's still a portion of it that's over the sliding doors for now or what, I think we should clarify.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, I would like to just cleave it off there right at the right-hand side of the east elevation and maintain a very traditional porch over those that sliding door.
In other words,
I think
just
that's
chop
fine.
off. Yeah.
Correct.
All right. Fair enough. Diane, I'm sorry. Had you said your piece, Diane?
Yeah, that's taking that off makes sense, and that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Abby.
Sorry, I'm fine with this.
Okay. Thank you. John.
Yes, thank you. On the proposed east elevation, the right side, you said you're going to cut that overhang off?
Yes.
Okay, fine. You don't need a pillow there. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. All right. I think we can move this one through if somebody would care to go.
Make a proposal. Go on.
No, you go ahead, Diane.
I make a motion to approve as submitted with the roof on the first floor, second floor, east elevation cut off at the corner corner of the house.
Perfect motion. Thank you. Okay, so on Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
And I, thank you. And I'm in favor of that motion. So there you go, Stephen.
Thank
Maybe
you all
we'll
very
see you
much.
later on that whole cupola thing.
Roger
Okay.
that. Thank you for your comments. Good night.
And or the connector if it's
And
not
or the
overwhelming.
connection, correct. Okay, so Val, you're up next. You're in the
Yep.
hot seat. Okay, so we have myself, Diane, Abby, Stephen, and Carrie.
Yep. So this is something that you've looked at, not this house in particular, but this subdivision development quite a bit lately. There was some minor comments for revisions, and then Ray, you had comment about the overall height of the first floor. But I went and investigated the rest of the buildings in here are several things to that point are the same height or taller, and they also have 9-foot ceilings and or are modular. So I don't think
Okay.
that it's an anomaly
No,
for
fair
this
enough.
building. And I put together some pages of photos, yes, and this right here, this house is on Somerset. It was set last year. It's a modular, and it's a variation of this house that we're asking for, which is, this is a modular. So I thought it might help for you to see that in reality, the scale.
No.
So we took the middle post out. This is the previous submission that you're looking at right now. There was a comment about taking out the middle post on the porch. So this is the previous, yeah. The overall height is 28.3, which is lower than the other buildings in there so far. And there was a couple of comments about the dormers being gable versus shed, but I felt like the majority of everyone was fine with them staying gable. And I think that was it. It was mostly a height concern. And I think that's what I got for you.
Okay.
The colors black and gray, black sash, gray trim, wood roof.
Okay.
Oh, and how the windows weren't lined up on the north. So I just dotted a line to show they're lined up and underneath the other windows.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. All right. Who would like to begin?
I'll begin.
Thank you.
I have no problem. I have no problem with it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Abby?
I'm still having a little trouble with those doghouse dormers on the front of the house. Just having them on the left side of the main massing and not on the right is something that's leaving me feeling a little unbalanced.
That's not the front.
Yeah, so the east is the front.
Yeah.
Well, the side then, it just seems like there's something missing on the right.
Well, you're wanting to see a third dormer there is what you're wanting, your eye.
Yeah, something to balance it out. So am I missing an elevation? So I've got the left, I've got the east. And there's the right. Okay. Yeah, those are my only comments.
Okay.
Could I also see where it is on the site plan? It looked like. So why is it so crammed against the right-hand side of the lot? Instead of, like, you've got that whole lot, it seems like it's sort of
If you want to go back and review to the first page of the development that I put together, and you'll see the houses are all within that proximity to the sidelines because of the sizes of the lots. You want to have a little bit of a backyard.
Well, is that a garage that you come to at
See
first?
how they're all on the lots are canted, so people are just,
Yeah.
they are what they are.
Yeah, I know. It's not your fault. It's just.
The thing in front of it was probably a parking spot.
Nature of the subdivision.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Abby, you had the dormer
Yeah.
on the
Yeah,
one
I
side.
have some concerns about the whole layout of this. It's not Val. It's just that it just looks like it's been maxed out. So.
Well, okay. So the reality is whenever you have one of those little cul-de-sacs,
Yeah.
it means that the front part of the cul-de-sac, they're minimizing the amount of frontage that you have to get the maximum number of lots. And then from there, the lots flare out in the back. So you always have this sort of cramped front. That's like the nature of a cul-de-sac. And that's what you see in those pictures. You know, they're sort of shoehorned in at the front, but as it goes further back on the
Like
lot,
a
it opens
pie.
up more. Yeah. So was that it, Abby?
That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Let's see.
Can I
Carrie?
just say one thing?
No. Okay, go
Okay.
ahead. No, you go ahead.
The left side, there's no dormer there because that's a stair.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Carrie?
I'm okay with it. I think the front porch seems a little small for the rest of the big face of the building. But other than that, I don't think it's inappropriate for this neighborhood because just as Val said, they're all very similar in scale. And so I'm okay with it.
Okay. Let's see. Diane?
She said she was fine first.
Oh,
I said I'm fine, and I'll make a motion when you're ready.
let's see. Have we heard from Stephen? Gosh.
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, Diane.
I make a motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, okay. There you go. On that motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
I have a comment.
Well, you can comment, but you're not on this. We're on item number 8.
Right,
So
yeah.
you're not on this board.
Oh, you're right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So let's see. On Diane's motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Okay. Diane.
Aye.
And Ray. Aye. And okay, so that motion carries. Now we're off to Vestal Street.
You.
Thank you, Val. You have to change hats and hurry back because you're on this next application. So it's myself, Diane, Abby, Val. 1, 2, 3, 4. No alternates. Yeah, so it's a 4-person board. And okay, there's actually 2 applications and same 4 people on both. Go ahead, Mark.
Hi, thank you. This was reviewed once before, was held for a viewing. In the time that it was held for viewing, also we submitted revisions. This site plan, we included the original site plan that was approved back in June of 2019 as part of this package, just for reference. And I think at the time we were under the assumption that certainly with the house approved at that elevation, that was the access as approved. But given the length of discussion, obviously of retaining walls at the rear of the lot, we wanted to be a bit more cautious about making any assumptions about retaining walls on the front of the property. And so hence the submittal back before you some weeks back. We have, in the revision, we've actually reduced quite a bit of the, this is the garage obviously in front of you. But it may be useful to speak about retaining walls before we get to the garage. And I know that's a little out of sequence.
No, I actually think that that would be beneficial,
right?
Because the main issue is not the architecture of the garage. It's
correct. So we have, in the previous submittal, we had 2 tiers of retaining wall and a lot more retaining wall in general. And in the 2019 approval is attached to this package as well. I believe it's the next couple pages in. This is the proposed, where we have reduced the length of retaining wall. Is this actually, yeah, it is the retaining. Okay, we're looking, I feel like you're missing a page. Scan down. Yep, there you go. Next one down. It just popped up. So that, I don't know why it's small in reduction, but yeah, there you go. So that is a reference just to the original approval back in 2019. You can see the extensive retaining walls that were proposed along Vestal. If we can blow them up some. And we noted the height. Oh, this is challenging. And that they had ranged in height from 6'6" at their highest point down, and then eventually would go to 0 as they made their way back up toward Vestal. The current proposal before you is a vast reduction of this retaining wall. The original retaining wall was, believe it or not, if there's about 190 lineal feet, correct, as the cursor traces it there. We've reduced it down to 80, just about 85. And at its highest point, it's at 4 feet 6 inches at the point it comes the closest to Vestal Street on the proposal, which are in the drawings that precede, or in the pages that precede this one here. So we feel like we've made quite an effort to work with our landscaper to determine how we can just simply roll the grades naturally, add vegetation back in to stabilize those slopes, and just use the smallest amount of retaining wall necessary to accommodate the drive in and that little bit of parking before the garage along Vestal.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, sir.
Something just occurred to me when you pointed out the steepest or the highest point of the wall. Holly, could we go back to Mark's newest site plan that we just had up? Now, we had it in
it would be here.
Okay, so if we could zoom out of that for,
There you go.
yeah, kind of, sort of, but there we go. Okay, that right there. Okay, so the opaque line is the property line. The heavy dash line, which is way into where the drive is the setback line.
Correct.
If I'm not mistaken, and I don't I try not to go beyond the HDC's purview, but in cases where I know that zoning doesn't allow something, I sort of question whether we should be reviewing it because it violates zoning. So the last time I checked with the building department, any retaining wall that was higher than 4 feet had to stay within the setbacks. It was considered a structure.
Yep.
So basically these 4 feet plus of walls high, which by the way, I thank you for reducing the overall height of the wall. That's great. But it's all in the front yard setback, is it not?
That it is, Ray. I guess on that note, we would be forced to lower the wall further.
Well, don't say forced to, because everybody's going to be in favor of you lowering the wall.
Yeah, we would have to make it work. I mean,
listen, I'm pretty sure, because I've been down this road before with
the I think you're right in that comment. I don't.
Mr. Chair, if I may, you are correct. I'm reading it right out of the zoning bylaw at the moment.
Okay, so
we would limit to 48 inches. If that's the
yeah, I
case.
mean, that's the outer max, like
That's
4
correct.
feet. It would actually need to be under that number. So
Yep.
you need to be like 3'10" or something like that to
Correct.
be within zoning. And so like most of the wall that you're showing us here is outside of the setback.
Yes.
But so, all right, I've said what I need to say. So you continue, Mark.
Just that. So you can see the extensive reduction in wall as proposed, consistent with, to be zoning compliant, we will have to reduce its height to just under the 48-inch limit, which will only reduce it further. The building is exactly as it was approved in terms of the elevation. So we're just trying to get from Vestal down into the lot. And if anybody viewed it, you can kind of see what are, the bit of the challenge in terms of accommodating that bit of drive. And then everything is screened between Vestal to the proposed retaining wall. It will continue to be enhanced because they obviously want to screen the drive and a bit of their yard, obviously, from Vestal as well. So this, again, if you reference the 2019 plan, it's a significant reduction in the amount of lineal wall and in height, and now in further in height reduction here. I think that about sums it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's good. And I'm glad that we're doing this before we're doing the garage. So again, the board is myself, Diane, Abby, and Val. Would anybody care to begin on this one?
I will. Obviously, any sort of reduction on this site in any way, shape, or form is a good thing. And I appreciate the changes. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay, that's good. Abby?
Could we go over the materials? Like, what is the material of the driveway and what is the stone wall configuration?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
The driveway is a gravel, and the retaining wall itself would be a poured concrete finished with a parge. In theory, you'd have to be down in the lot, I think, to see any of that.
Right.
From Vestal, all you should see is the vegetation, and then it'll drop off to the retaining wall. So none of that is proposed to be any higher so that it's visible from the street side.
All right, I'm a little concerned about the gravel in that what's going to happen. It's all going to end up at the bottom of the hill with the weather and so forth. I mean, the water's going to find its way, and so I'm not sure about that. But
again, if I may,
sure.
As previously submitted and requested, there is a full on-site drainage plan for the property. Bracken has provided that. We have that in the files as well for water management, not only on this site, but for runoff to adjoining properties as well.
Well, what kind of gravel? Is it like pea stone or is it like a granite chunks?
No, it's more of a pea stone, I guess, more like 42 Dukes is illustrated there. We just saw from.
Yeah, I like, that's my favorite.
Yeah.
But I just worry about the all the weather we get here. And then what about from Duke's Road looking up? What are we going to see that retaining wall? That's going to be the concrete, you said?
Yeah, it's consistent with the walls that are obviously at the rear of the property. Those are parged and then screened with vegetation. I think by the time the garage is built and then all the vegetation that's required to screen properly at the back of the lot, very little of this. Again, at its highest point, we're talking 3 feet 10 inches, and it will reduce down to near zero at the end there, I believe, with it dies into the driveway.
Well, I mean, just to cover yourself, I would say that should probably be, instead of just straight, in case it goes up to 5 feet, I mean, maybe we should make that actual, how they do this. I hate this, but it might look better because what the situation is, the stones in the parged, so you give some breakup of all that cement. And also when we get to the landscaping, that we have cascading plants or something, you know. I'm sure that's going to be applied for. But so right now it's just the retaining wall and the driveway itself. Is there anything else that we're looking at on this?
Not at the
No.
moment. We're going to review a garage, which you can see on this plan in a moment, but we kind of wanted to get the whole retainage.
Okay. Well, those are my thoughts, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Let's see, Diane.
I am baffled. I can't get there and see it, and trying to put.
That's not good.
Trying to put Vestal and Duke's Road together so it comes out and we don't see one wall after the other. I am nonplussed. What I don't understand is along one street, I don't know whether it's Vestal, what are those white barricades looking on the side of the street? Are
if I may, when they excavated the site and poured for the foundation, Toscana put those in place they were concerned to roll over for the concrete trucks, and they made their way into the site to temporarily stabilize it. Those will all be removed. They're for construction safety only.
Okay, well, I didn't know that, and it's been going on, and every time we move, we seem to do it wrong. So, I can accept the driveway going down. The wall, I have the BOW, which is 40 feet, and the TOW, which is 44. They say feet. They've got to mean inches, don't they?
No.
Those are the elevation marks.
Yeah.
So we've just concluded at the start of this conversation, Diane, that for zoning compliance, we're going to have to keep that at the highest point that had been proposed at 4 feet 6, I believe. We're going to make a reduction down to about 30, call it 3 feet 10 inches.
Okay.
It will, and then it's going to zero out as it makes its way up towards towards Vestal. The rest will mitigate that through landscape. I wish we could do it all through landscaping, but it is going to be a little too challenging to.
No, it's too steep.
Really do that, properly.
Yeah, it's pretty steep. So I guess your proposal here is something that, if it follows the rules and whatever, it's okay. I do think that Abby's suggestion that the cement is well covered, parged and whatever, it's a super amount that I don't think we have any other place that has that much, because it goes on from there. But I'll go along with this at the moment.
And the only thing I'll add to that concern, Diane, is that we did leave a vegetative buffer strip between the driveway and the wall itself so that we can add more material between the two and screen the surface, soften it at least.
Yeah, well, that's good. I think you've done a very thoughtful job. It's a very hard place to do anything. So I appreciate what you've done, and we'll continue to work with you.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay, thanks, Diane. So my comment is relatively simple. It seems like we won't have a wall height that exceeds 3 feet 10 inches per code anywhere along this length of wall. And to Abby's point, we can use that little buffer between the driveway and the wall to plant so that we're not looking at that entire 4 feet of parged concrete. Would somebody care to make a motion on this one?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Val.
Sorry. It seems from the pictures that are provided, I'm blowing it up on my computer here. you can see all the way to the cabana. So how are you going to screen the pool from the road if it's that wide open now? There's no plantings blocking that from Vestal Street.
How are you? And what photo are you referencing that you can see all the way to the cabana?
The one that has the blocks placed in front of the house. You can see a white something underneath the porch roof. It looks like all the glass, which would be the cabana doors.
No, I don't think so. If you could zoom in further.
It looks like a van.
Yeah, those are.
Next to underneath the porch roof. I'm just asking. If
That's
you
a container. You're looking at a metal container holding materials.
All right.
The cabana would be directly behind the building. You can't see it from any of these perspectives. That's a metal container in the background.
Yeah.
All right, well, screened in perpetuity for now and forever.
So Val, was that a motion?
No, that wasn't a motion. I was trying to understand.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody liked my idea of the stone into the parged 4-foot wall. So I dare not try to make a motion.
Can I just tell you about that? So
yeah,
the parge wall is they pour concrete with formwork, and then they take like 3/4 of an inch of concrete, and they trowel it on to make a uniform surface. So there's not enough thickness to actually put stones in that, unless they put a stone shelf and then they committed to a stone wall. But to Mark's point, all the walls that have been approved so far, unfortunately, the walls that you can see from Duke's Road, are all parged concrete. So I was hoping the second part of your statement, Abby, was to vegetate it so that the wall was mitigated, and that I thought was a good solution.
Is there enough room to vegetate in front of the parch wall? Or
you could take euonymus.
All right.
And
I'll make a motion to approve with the caveat that there will be vegetation in front of this no more than 4-foot parged wall, retaining wall, and that the gravel pea stone driveway is contained by Belgian block or something, or how are you containing the gravel?
You could use metal edging.
Yeah,
that would be nice to keep it from spraying around.
Yeah.
And possibly overhanging ivy or something to mitigate the parged wall view from Duke's Road.
Both roads.
Yeah, you're not going to see a lot of it from Vestal, but.
Yeah, I think you're looking down on it. So that's my motion.
Okay. Thank you. Good. So on Abby's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane? Diane muted. Oh, Diane, you're muted, dear.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, now we can look at this garage. Same board.
Yeah. The garage here is we included the previous approval, and now the proposed. It's basically just a very simple, straightforward mass versus the wart that we had attached to it previously.
So you're simplifying this, Mark.
That's correct. Yeah, there was a programmatic piece that they were trying to include that they've now done away with this. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Board members?
I appreciate that it's getting simpler.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it have a shower on it?
Because we don't have a shower attached to the cabana or the main house, so we located it here. Yeah.
Holy moly.
Well, when they when they come back from the beach, they thought actually that they would prefer it in this location, and it's close enough to the pool that it works well for that as well. So we located it to the back of the building, as it
So
was previous.
let's see, Val, you were asking about why there's a shower on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I might, Mr. Chair, I have a question. If we were to fenestrate the side of the building that you could look up from Duke's Road and see, would that bring more attention to this building or less? And if it was less, I think a window on one of those long sides would be appropriate.
I think the elevation of this, aside from the shower elevation that's going to be visible from Duke's, would be the side that has the door on it. That one, the east
You mean
elevation.
Vestal?
No, I didn't mean the garage door. I meant the people door. So yeah, the east elevation. I mean, that would be the one. But you're going to see that obliquely.
It can't be simpler.
No, that's correct. Okay, so maybe a window. Is that it, Abby? Abby? Abby's disappeared. Oh, there she is. She muted.
What'd you say?
No, you were obviously finished because you muted yourself. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so Diane.
I got two thoughts.
Yeah.
We're talking about a huge amount of building, pools and everything, and they got one lousy garage for one car. It's weird. The pool enclosure, I'd like to see the not the horizontal boards, but the vertical boards. I think it will be call less attention to itself than that horizontal one that I see on the north elevation. And on the west elevation, it should have a window or two windows, two small windows. It's
okay.
It's fitting for a garage. That's what.
All right, great. So Mark.
Yes.
Could you oblige us on a few things?
Absolutely. We could go vertical on the outdoor shower enclosure. Vertical boards.
Appreciate that.
6-inch boards. And on the west elevation, if there's interest, we could, I don't know if we can pan up at all if there was a window.
There's like, see the small window that you had right there in the gable end of that one, that little.
Yeah. Yeah.
A couple of those on that west elevation.
That would be, yeah, we could certainly do that. Just to break it up, and then maybe some lattice.
Okay with that?
Absolutely.
All right, let's have a motion on this. I'm sure that we can get this to go.
I'll make a motion to approve through staff with the horizontal shower boards turned vertical and a window, a little 4-square window put on the, I guess that's got to be the west elevation.
West elevation.
And I don't know whether there would be room to put one on the east, but it needs some
Well,
fenestration.
there would be room there, definitely, if you want
We
one.
could do it. If you want one on the east, that's fine too.
Okay.
Yep, that's what I would make a motion for.
Okay, that sounds good. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Okay, and the chair's in favor, so that motion carries. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Talk to you later. Okay, now we're out at Pond View. Do we have Joe?
Yes, you do.
Okay, good. Your board on this one, Joe, is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen. Okay.
Yes. Would you like me to start?
Yes, please do.
Okay, well, we we listened to your concerns with respect to the visibility, especially from the public way, which the most amount, could you stop on this page? I think that would be helpful, the site plan here. The one comment that really stood out for us, that Val kind of initiated this, and then Stephen had a suggestion about adding a buffer, a landscape buffer between our structures and the path. So what we've done is we've taken the entire entity that we're affecting here, the main house, the guest house, the pool, and the shed, and we moved it 30 feet closer to pond view. We did that by reducing the parking court so that the vegetation buffer that exists between pond view and the house stays as it is today. You can see in the top plan that the proposed house was on the footprint of the existing house. It's that dashed line that's there. It was towards the back of that existing house. We've now pushed that 30 feet forward, so it's just forward of the existing house. And there's a significant amount of existing vegetation there. I know Val had some great precedent photos of this, of the neighborhood properties that have exposed themselves to this path. And a lot of them, I think, do that because they have the possibility for some ocean views. I wanted to make it clear that we're not clearing anything here to try to get any ocean view. We're not expecting to have any views of the water. And my clients also expressed their own privacy concerns. So I think what you were looking for and what my client wants happen to be the same thing. So what we're proposing is shifting everything back 30 feet, which gives us, we have 85 feet from the shed, which is the closest structure, and that is a shed, it's less than 200 square feet. So we have 85 feet to the shed. We've got 300 feet from that path to the main house, and it's 95 feet to the open field that's there on the site plan. In addition to that, we've also gone through and made some massing changes that even though we think a lot of this won't be visible, certainly the entire first floor, we actually did adjust the eave lines. We've lowered the height of the house about 2.5 feet. And anyway, the site plan I thought was a good place to start here. We've also got some of the 3D views. So if you want, yeah, so if you look at this, the main mass, these two, there was some talk about the wing that's off to the left, the single story wing with the shed dormers, that the scale of that was kind of incongruent with the formality of this, the double gable 2-story thing. So that's actually dropped down to more of a 1.5 story mass. If you could kind of click through the elevations. Yeah, and we also changed on the link between these. We went from horizontal boards to vertical boards. Those would be all natural cedar. And the next page shows the side views, which I don't think will be visible, but I think communicate what we've done massing wise. So we have a gable form with gable dormers on the front and the back. I think that, then the next ones you're going to see are just larger scale versions of it. But this here, I think, shows on the top one, the amount of landscape buffer that will be there. You know, if we've got 85 feet of tall vegetation there, which we're happy to depict, or if you need a site plan that describes what that is, our intention is just to leave the natural vegetation that's there, which is quite a bit of black pine and some cedar trees, and there's a lot of natural vegetation. And I think the idea, I think Stephen had mentioned a berm at one point. That was when we had the structure 30 feet closer, which we considered, but thought that keeping the natural vegetation along that trail might be better than doing a planted buffer. And we walked up and down that trail, and it's a nice continuity of vegetation there. So that's it.
Okay. Thanks, Joe.
You're welcome.
All right. Hey, Joe, I did have a question for you. One thing that I noticed on your elevation there, if we could scroll back, Holly, keep going. Keep going. There. Yep. Okay. So when you said that you reduced the ridge height, you know, that was great news for me. And one thing I noticed is you dropped it down to a story and a half, which is, I'm talking about the main gable, of course, you know, you dropped it to a story and a half, which is good. You've kept these two gables that are facing north, right?
Yes.
But you've changed the roof pitch on those to be like a 8 and 12 or something like that. And the other ones were like 10 and 12, 11 and 12 something. And I noticed that the main gable, you've kept at the steeper pitch. So I don't know, this just looks flat to me, those two gables now with their 8 and 12 roof pitches.
Okay. I don't know if you want me to respond. I think that was partially our intention.
It was your intention to flatten them out?
Well, it was our intention to diminish the overall height so that
well, that's good.
To diminish the formality of the steeper gables. I mean, we could certainly adjust plate heights and steepen the pitch on those.
Okay. Well, it was just something. It actually became more apparent to me when I realized that you did not change the pitch, I don't think, of the main gable, the one that has the roof walk on it at the moment. You know, that appears to still be like a 10 or 11 and 12 pitch when you look at the side elevation. Anyway.
Stop it!
Diane. Okay, I'll stop it. So who would like to begin on this one?
We have
Mr. Chair.
70-year-old children getting at it, and I've had it.
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Okay, Diane, you go and you teach them a lesson, and I'm going to listen to what Stephen has to say for a moment. Okay, Stephen, go.
Okay, thanks. So, Joe, I do appreciate that changes. I think the broader picture is that, you know, you've stayed true to your aesthetic, but you've incorporated comments and brought in some traditional elements. And I think those are very welcome. I note that your overall height of looking at your north elevation, that structure has come down almost 3 feet to 25.9, I think from like 28 something.
Right.
So that trade-off with respect to some of the other concerns we had, while I agree with the chairman's comments about the 812, I'm less concerned because so much, you know, 3 feet of that overall mass and those secondary gables that face the north have all come down substantially. So I think that that is very helpful. That translates obviously to the south elevation, and I think you're, you know, definitely a contemporary connector, but limited visibility, which I'll speak to visibility in a moment. Your northeast elevation and your southwest, similarly, I think a more, although those transom over the door are not typical, I don't think they're inappropriate given the context and the setting. And again, the vocabulary, there's a vocabulary between the structures, and I think that that helps considerably. With respect to visibility, I think for me, the 30-foot buffer is also a welcome element. would like to have and I hate to put you through this, but I think it's where we need to go with some of these approvals personally, is that if you're going to propose to retain the existing vegetation, that we would have you would have a survey in the next review that shows the existing plant material and just key them off 1, 2, 3. I'm not talking about every shrub and every piece of inkberry or a piece of, a small heath, but any trees over, 12 or 15 feet tall, so that those could become part of the approval. And as part of that approval, perhaps if something were to die or be removed for, a reasonable reason, that it would be replaced and supplemented with a plant. So it's almost like a window survey, but it's a plant survey. If you get my drift with respect to the level of detail we're looking for. And I did want to give you a threshold for discussion of some 12 or 15 feet would be the minimum to make it to the survey. Other than that, I have no further comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Let's see.
Can I mention one thing?
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I just want to, I appreciate your comments, Stephen. We did have a surveyor actually mark every tree on a site plan that has greater than an 8-inch caliper. I'm not sure how that translates to height, but so that groundwork has been done. We may have to populate that a little bit more down there, but I like where you're going, because I think that gives everybody peace of mind.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing I wanted to point out when Stephen was mentioning the south elevation, which I think might be down just a page, that we did make some ground floor fenestration changes there that we did away with on the left-hand side. We had some oversized fixed units that changed to double hungs. I think another iteration ago, there was even more of these oversized glasses. So I just noticed that as Stephen was commenting on that elevation. I wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Let's see, Val.
I truly appreciate the extra buffer. I think that's great. I am still a doubting Thomas about the visibility of any of this. The 3D renderings are really what's driving my my concern. You have some boxes on either side of this that are houses that are there. I don't know. I just have concerns about it being seen. It's a ginormous complex of buildings. It's very just incongruent to anything here, and I wouldn't want to see any of it. That's my comments for now.
Okay, thank you, Val. Abby.
What is the final height of the Twin Peaks?
25.9, I think it is.
The main massing.
Yes. Yeah, we lowered it almost 3 feet.
Right.
Holy smoke. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That was my concern. What is the connector? Is that connector painted or is that stained gray, or what is that?
It's natural. It was painted. It was proposed to be painted originally. It's not now.
So it's just natural to weather?
Yeah, vertical cedar boards, correct.
Okay. No, I appreciate the changes. I understand your concept, and I really think it's okay. So congratulations.
Okay. Thanks, Abby. Diane. You there, Diane? I know you were muted a minute.
I'm here. I'm
Oh, there
here.
you go.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm sure you're all tired of hearing that this was part of my major route as a mailman. I was there every day down Pondview. The thing about Pondview, with the exception of 3-5 across the street, was that they were not seen. The vegetation is a mixture of everything from scrub oak to pine trees to stuff I don't have any idea what it was. Didn't have time. But it covered the area. I don't think you see the first floor at all. I think what you can see from the pathway is going to, I don't know whether we could take a sight thing of what the view up would be, but it isn't wide open. And it's, as I know, it was there as thick in the wintertime as it was in the summertime. There was no time that I could see the house before I started down the driveway. So I think that's important to have. I think moving it 30 feet closer to a pond view is great. It moves it off the pathway, but the pathway melds into sort of a solid one from the different houses. Whoever set up this whole packet did a very good job. So you sort of, if you see a house, you sort of see it over your shoulder. It does not come and knock you in the face. And although this is very large, you're going to see it at different angles where one sort of folds into the other. So I think that between the vegetation and how they move stuff around, it should be acceptable to all. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Diane. Joe, can you remind me of the colors? I'm sorry.
Sure. The sash is black.
Yeah.
Roof is natural. The sidewall's natural. The trim, you know, I think it's listed as gray. It's been so long since we submitted this. I think it's listed as a, I don't think it's white. Can you look on there? Yeah.
We're getting it.
I don't want to misspeak. Natural light gray.
Light gray. Okay. Given what the other board members have said, and the fact that you took a huge amount of height out of the building, I'm gonna say that I'm okay with this. So would somebody care to make a motion of some kind on this?
I would like to make a motion, Mr. Chair. Joe, I just asked that we, just going to preface it,
right,
that we would get this back with the, to take one final look at the buffer, because I think it's such an integral part of the approval. So my motion would be for additional information showing on the site plan any vegetation of a 4-inch or greater caliper, and indexing it with a reference to the type of plant material and its approximate height. And that would be just, you know, as a matter of being able to approve it. So I just want to be clear, that's the motion, but I want to be clear, I don't have a reservation otherwise about this application, and would be later moving to approve it subject to that submission.
Okay, so if I understood you correctly, is that a through staff or not through staff? Through for our
I think, yeah, I think I'd like to see it and just have everybody feel comfortable with it. So if we're looking at it, we, for instance, we think it's a little thin, we might say, well, Joe, we'd like you to add some plant material in these particular locations for visibility.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so Stephen's motion, to be clear, is I think it basically says that everything's fine, but we do need to have this inventory of the existing trees that are to remain before the final sign off on it.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one question, just a point of clarification?
Yeah.
Is the survey of the 4-inch caliper trees with height, are we talking about the area that is between our structures and this trail, or are we talking over the entire site? Because
good question. That's a very good
I was referring to the buffer area,
okay,
the rear along the walking path.
Right.
Okay.
That's I think a little more palatable for you, right, Joe?
Well, for the surveyor, I mean, what has me, well, first of all, I appreciate you framing this and considering it overall. So it's hard to sound like I don't want to push you. But just given the work, the survey work and the timing of HDC, it probably pushes this out a good month anyway. So I would hope that I can with confidence be able to tell my client that things are looking good as long as we provide this information. That's what I'm hearing. I would hate to have this whole thing be revisited on every level.
You know, Joe, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I think Stephen just wants this assurance, you know, because of the existing vegetation and what it's doing. Yeah. Diane has said basically that it's invisible, but of course that's based on the same thing that Stephen's asking for, which is, you know, existing vegetation. So, and I'm certainly in favor of that. I got a sense from the board that everybody's pretty much okay with this one little assurance to us that our visibility is going to remain so, and that the lot isn't going to get clear cut.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Stephen.
I'm sorry, but I would like to table that motion and rephrase it.
Oh, okay, sure.
Just given the conversation that we've been having. So the motion is to approve subject to applicant submission of the survey showing plant material of 4-inch or greater caliper with an index listing the type of plant and the heights. The area to be surveyed is along the rear of the property where the walkway is.
Mm-hmm.
And subject to our final review, we may supplement that screening, but the architectural elements are approved.
Okay, that's good. Then Joe has something to take home. Okay, so on Stephen's motion, Val. Uh-oh, did we lose Val? How about Abby? Is she there? Val,
motion. Thank you. Yes.
Abby's in
Sorry.
favor of, that's okay. You good?
No, I'm a no, because I'm not okay with the structures.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, fine, that's fine. Diane?
I might ask Stephen if he would like to add a small amount question to his thing of the type of vegetation in the 4-inch is whether it's deciduous or not.
You know, Diane, I think I can actually answer that. So Stephen has requested an inventory of all the vegetation with the names. So given the names, we'll know whether it's deciduous or not. And Stephen also, another part of Stephen's motion is if it turns out that that surveyed existing tree information is inadequate for whatever reason, if it's deciduous and we want, you know, evergreen, we can supplement it. Make sense?
Okay.
Okay. So are you in favor of Stephen's motion? So that's an aye. Stephen, you in favor of your motion?
Aye.
Yep, and I am too. So that motion carries. So let's move on to the guest house. Now, interestingly,
it's not up tonight, actually, the guest house.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm confused. 119R Eel Point Road. So we're jumping. Yeah, I saw 19 and 119. Okay, new dwelling, Eel Point Road, different board.
Yeah.
Myself, Diane, John, Abby, Val.
I'm trying to only work on jobs that have a 9.
a 1 and a 9.
Yeah, I have to have some criteria.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the Gambrel, or is the Gambrel, I should say. And everybody seemed mostly okay with it. And then Ray, I understand, is a fan of Gambrels and mentioned some proportional elements to look at. And we did. This page here would probably be a good place to start. So, so our main pitches were somewhat steep, and also I'm thinking of the double gables here. On the top left was the previous one. What we did was we adjusted the proportions of the cross section of all of this. And we also adjusted the width of those gables. And by doing so, I think the building feels a little bit, I don't know what the right word would be, a little meatier, like chunkier. And it also diminished the length of the ridge between those gambrels because we made them wider. They shifted the center lines, and because we changed the pitch. So that ended up lowering the height of the building by 1.5 feet overall.
Really?
Yep, and it diminished the length of the ridge about 2.5 feet from left to right. That's on the top elevation. The next elevation down, Diane had a concern about the amount of ganged windows, and then the overall length of that shed dormer came up as a common concern. What we did was we did break that single dormer up into 3 smaller dormers. Because we broke it up into smaller dormers, the ganged windows seemed more appropriate. Overall, we did diminish the amount of fenestration there. And also, you can kind of see how the changes to the roof pitch on the steeper pitch change the way that the dormers engage with the, yeah, that's a good page, Holly, thank you. If you just scoot down just a little bit, yeah, you can see now that those shed dormers sit within the slope of the main gambrel, where before the bottom of those dormers was intersecting the porch roof below it. So there were a lot of subtle changes, I think, that came about from the board's comments. We did reduce the size of the monitor or cupola. And if you want to scroll down to the next page, yeah, same thing. I mean, it does just throughout, adjusting the cross section overall on this. And on the bottom elevation there, we actually reduced the length of that shed dormer and the gambrel itself by 3 feet. So overall, the building contracted. I hope this meets your proportional sensibilities. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Okay. Who would care to begin?
I don't know if you want to go back. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sounded like Val to me.
Yeah. I do appreciate the changes, Joe. Thank you. They are a much more pleasing proportion. I still have some issue with the monitor. I think somebody suggested maybe a roof walk, and that may be a better solution there. I can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's the way it's sunk down in the roof or something, but
that's what it is, Val.
Yeah. But I do appreciate the other changes, so thank you.
Hey, Joe, to that point, I'm just going to say something here. So assuming that, you know, that top chord of the roof pitch that the monitor is sitting on is the same pitch as the 2 flanking ones, which is probably a 6 and 12. Mm-hmm. That thing is really, really wide. You know, it goes so far down on the slope. It's got to be like 9 or 10 feet wide.
Oh, it's wider than that. I think it's.
No, I don't mean as seen from the south. I mean as seen from the other direction, the east or the west.
I can see it now. You can imagine.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is right there. You can see the silhouette of it. It's huge.
Yeah, it's 12-foot square.
You can't read it.
Okay. All right. So let me just make sure. Val, have you finished?
Yep.
Okay. John, do you want to start?
Can you jack it up too?
Yeah, we can blow it up.
I can't see it.
We can blow it up.
That's it. I guess, let me see. I can't see that, yeah. Yeah,
How's that, John?
yeah, this is one, let me get it here. Your Point Road.
Right.
Yeah, that elevation that's on the screen faces the neighbor.
Yeah, the east elevation there. It looks like it's got plywood there with a zero window.
Oh.
Yeah. And, and that's got a 4-inch pitch on it. Should be a 6.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole addition to that should be taken care of. And what is this one here? Okay. Yeah, the front door, the gable there is a 4-inch. It should be a 6. And it'll fit there. And the archway is inappropriate. Those are my suggestions there, plus the cupola.
Okay. Well, meaning that you don't love it, I guess, John, right?
Those are my comments. I appreciate it if it makes some changes. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Sounds good. Diane.
I appreciate the changes you've made, Joe. I appreciate the changing of the shed dormer and stuff. I think it looks good. And I'll let you get away with the mulled windows because they look not bad either. But I don't know what you want to do with the roof ornament. I don't know, but it's too big. If it didn't, maybe if it only had 3 windows and not the second level of windows, it might be better and bring it in. I don't know. It does decrease the length of the ridge, but is it creating another problem? I think, I don't know what to tell you what I think about the front door. I guess my sense of design would say reduce the 6/1s to 4/1s or something so that they gave some space between the door and the windows. I think the windows are a little overpowering, but that for the moment, that's all I have to see to criticize you about.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. Abigail.
I would rather see a roof walk than the monitor. I think the monitor is exaggerating the 3 windows below it and giving it more a hotel look than a residence. I'd like to see the second floor ganged windows, I'd like to see them the same, either ganged or with the detail in between, but not both. There's no reason to make one different than the other. It's a symmetric house. And I think last time I said I'd like to see more like an eyebrow roof over the front door rather than the pediment, because I think it's a more subtle detail. And thank you. Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, the monitor, I keep visualizing this thing having a roof walk on it without that monitor. And Val is spot on when she said that one of the issues, it looks like the monitor sort of smashed down into the roof, because if it were a real monitor or a real cupola or whatever, those window sills would be above the level of the ridge, and they're not. They're like, the windows are halfway down into the ridge, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. So I do think that it should turn to a roof walk or something other than what you've drawn. That's the biggest one. And then this, second one, and really the only other concern I have is for this pediment over the front door and the curved front door arrangement. I think that should be simplified in some manner. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
So can I have a motion?
Motion to hold for some simple revisions.
Sounds good to me. Thanks, Abby. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
great. Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you, everybody. Happy New
All
Year.
right, now we're off to 218 Cliff Road, main house.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
218 Cliff Road, the 3 applications, they didn't have their revisions in time because of the holiday, so they asked to be held to January 19th.
Oh, shoot.
Oh dear, a motion to hold forever.
Forever. No, I believe the motion was to hold the 3 applications for 218 Cliff Road until the 9th. Is
No,
that right?
19th.
Oh, the 19th. Okay, yeah, okay, fine, 19th. Okay, so on that motion, Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you, Diane.
Aye, 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 aye.
Great. Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. So, gosh, folks, we're down to 11 Meadow Lane, pool house. And the board on this, interestingly, is the same board that we just had, which is myself, Diane, John, Abby, and Val. By the way,
Mr. Chair, I don't see Ethan.
Oh, that's what I was just going to ask.
Yeah.
No, he may have been thinking that we had half an hour worth of workshop APD.
Yeah.
So maybe we should just hold that for representation, because he may show up, in 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
Was that your motion, Abby?
Yes.
Hold for rep?
Yeah.
Okay. In case he does show up, and Kathy, hopefully you can monitor that for us. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
John.
Mr. Chairman, would you repeat the motion, please?
The motion is to hold this application at 11 Meadow Lane for representation, and that might actually happen tonight. We'll see.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so you're in favor, John?
Yes.
Yes. Diane?
Yes.
Okay, Abby?
Yes.
All right, and I'm in favor. Okay, now we're down to 100 Low Beach Road outbuilding. Board, myself, Diane, Val, Stephen, Kerry. What?
I don't see Matt either.
Come on. See,
Totally
I think,
serious.
okay, the problem here is that when we skip a big block of applications, everybody's, thinking that they've got time when they don't.
Mr. Chair, I just let Matt in.
Oh, okay, perfect. Great. Thank you. Matthew? Not yet, but
I'm
we'll
here.
get stuff up.
I should be, you guys hear me?
What? Yeah, you're on now.
Okay. Yep. I was watching on YouTube. You can't mute it, the Zoom. So I can start whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair.
Let's wait until we scroll down to see some drawings here. Okay. Matthew, do you by any chance have a before and after comparison type thing going?
We do.
That would
on
be
all the
great.
elevations.
So Holly, if you can get to that, that will sort of simplify where we are. Okay, so yeah, south, initial, previous. Wait.
Yep.
Oh, and then current, of course, is the big one. All right. Matthew, why don't you start here and just tell us like what you did on the south elevation, for example.
Sure. So on the south, bigger picture, we actually took some square footage out of the building footprint. So to date, We've removed over 200 square feet from the initial submission. We probably took out maybe 50 square feet initially, and then just most recently, we took out another 150 square feet in an effort to drop the scale and the height of the structure. If I could, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to kind of, well, I'll just go through each elevation change, and then I'd love to just kind of go through a couple of quick summary of changes here.
Yep, go ahead.
South elevation. I also want to show, we did do a version of the portion that, is it Holly or Kathy that's pointing?
Holly.
Thanks, Holly. So where Holly's pointing right now, we did do a version where that's a hip, and that's actually at the end of the submission. I actually started with that, drew it up, didn't love the way it looked, but I wanted to at least show it to the board in case they thought that it was appropriate. I thought that by scaling the building down and keeping the proportions, it was more successful. So again, drop the plate, drop the height, and it's really a function of reducing the footprint. On the north elevation, just a minor window change next to that front door that you had asked us to add. You can scroll to the next page, A2.2. So probably, I think universally, a lot of the board members had requested that we actually adjust those shed dormers, break it up into 2 dormers. And then Diane had asked that we pull the intersection of the shed dormer roof further away from the ridge, or actually raise it up a little bit. I'm trying to think, from the previous iteration. We actually asked us to pull it down from the ridge. And break it up into 2 dormers. So the dormers got smaller, divided to 2 and pulled off the ridge. If we could go down to the next. So again, most of the changes are shrinking the footprint, which in turn reduced the height, and then those edits the dormers and the minor window.
Oh, and there's our hip version.
Yeah, so this is the hip version. So I started with this based on the information, based on the feedback I got from the board at the last meeting, and drew it. I personally didn't love it, but I just wanted to just at least demonstrate to the board that we did look at it. This was something that Val had mentioned, and I think Diane had mentioned, and Carrie actually had mentioned as well. Just looked a little strange in comparison to the rest of the composition, but again, at this point, we're open to any suggestions from the board. If I could just run through some changes that we made from the beginning of the structure, which I do think it's important because we've been making changes throughout the process, and I just don't want them to be lost or this viewed as just not being, us not having made any changes. So starting off, we changed the roof pitch originally from a 12 to an 11. We reduced the ground cover 2 times. It was originally 1,100 square feet. It's down now to 862 square feet. We dropped the plate height. We added the front door facing the street, which I thought was a good suggestion. We've added dormers, transom dormers, removed the dormers. Currently they're removed. We've edited the dormers. And then we've also lowered the ridge height from the initial submission by 4 feet, 4 inches. So I know that the building composition is the same, and we did look at additional massing options, but I just want to reiterate that this is kind of like a mini-me version. The ridge height at this point, I believe, is 18 feet, 8 inches. And we started off at 23, again, a foot under the 24, which is our goal. So I just want to reiterate that this is a very small structure at the very end of a road, and a road that's not traveled very much by the public. Even if it was, I don't think there's anything inappropriate about this building. I do think it's completely in scale and context to the surroundings. And I just feel like we started this process in September, and we've really demonstrated, the ability, the desire to make changes, to hear the board's comments. I mean, I know that some people may just not want the structure to be here at all, which I understand, I guess, but the truth is the Conservation Commission has approved a footprint bigger than this. So in terms of the, relationship to the, the wetland buffer and the coastal dunes, et cetera, the Concom has approved this, and they are a very conservative board. So I just feel that contextually, this thing is completely appropriate. It looks like a cottage at the end of a dirt road that isn't traveled very much, and it's only 18 feet, 8 inches tall. So I hope that we've made changes and they satisfy the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Matt. All right, board members, let's see here.
I'll go.
Matthew, are you watching me on YouTube by any chance?
I am not. I was, but I shut it off
Just
before I
now?
clicked on.
Okay,
Yeah,
somebody
because we're in
who's,
the twilight zone.
yeah, somebody who is unmuted on this thing is getting feedback. We're getting an echo.
I'm going to shut down
It seems to be
everything.
okay now. Let's give it a try. So
Val,
Val.
You want me to go?
Oh, well, I thought
I spoke up.
who
Carrie.
wait, who spoke up?
I did.
Carrie.
Carrie.
Oh, Carrie, go ahead then.
I appreciate the reduction that you did, but I actually like the hip roof version better. And I'll tell you why. It breaks it up. It doesn't seem so contemporary. And on the dune, the breaking up of the masses into that one little hip piece on all the elevations, for me, it reads more like a small little dune building versus a contemporary small building. And I think in the dune setting, this is just more appropriate. That, especially on that street elevation, that really does it for me. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, great. Okay. Thanks, Carrie. Stephen, are you ready?
Sure, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to say I appreciate the fact that Carrie still has her Christmas tree up, number one.
I'll be January something.
I mean that sincerely. Number two, I'm fine with this either with or without the hip. My initial reaction to the hip was not, it wasn't an I love it, but Carrie has kind of swayed me, painting the picture of the dune lower build, the lower height building. So I'm fine with that. And I do appreciate the changes you made, Matt, with the dormers and pulling them off the ridge and so on and so forth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Val.
I certainly appreciate any reduction in any of these, so thank you for that. I agree with Carrie. I think it makes the building seem more like a little cottage that had been added onto and would be rather funky. I think why it's more successful than anything is that it has the major part of the roof is gone and it's a one-story element. So I do applaud that. I think you could still, for an outbuilding, take some height out of the first floor. It's 9.5 feet for a little cottage that's supposed to be snuggled into the dune. And it's certainly more appropriate to the scale of the existing house.
Val, just to point out that 9.6 is to the top of the loft. So the ceiling height is 8, it's like 8.3, 8.6, something like that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I have right now.
All right. That's good. Thank you, Val. Diane.
Oh, I appreciate the changes that you made. I appreciated making it smaller because I think that's what should be as the last house as you go down a sort of a dead end road, because not a lot of people know it goes around and up the pond and up the hill. But the roof, I think that we were talking about is good. And you say that the whole house is only 18 feet, right?
It says
Matt?
20 on it.
Does it?
It does say 20.
Does.
Yeah. Sorry. Well, I actually asked just before the meeting. I got 18.8.
Well, anyway, that's good and low. So
Yeah.
I will go along and give you my next impression on the pool and stuff. But I think this is suitable and tucks in. So
Mr.
thank
Chair,
you.
can I just clarify one point? This version of the hip was prior to the footprint reduction. And so that's why the ridge height is taller. When we reduce the footprint, it drops the height of the ridge down. So if you did prefer the hip, the ridge height would be 18.8. So the ridge height would be taller. That other version was a study prior to the footprint reduction.
Okay, well, that's good to hear because I think that I'm hearing from most of the board members.
I'm for the 18.8.
Yeah. So exactly. So is anything else, Diane?
No, is it, we're doing the pool next. No, I think if he drops it down.
No. Let's see. No. Next
is the main house.
Is the main house.
Oh, okay.
The pool was approved.
But I think that for this building, the secondary pool.
The pool was approved like a little while ago.
Yeah, yeah, over a month ago, I think.
Yeah.
And it's just one pool.
There's no second pool, right?
No. They were moving the pool. So no, there's not two pools here.
Okay.
So Diana,
well,
are you all
I
set up?
appreciate going to. Yep.
Okay. All right. So Matt, it sounds like, and I certainly agree with this, the hipped roof, for all the reasons that Carrie and the rest of the board members have expressed, I find preferable. It's scaling the whole building down, which was sort of the goal, the overarching goal of all this discussion. So hipped roof, and then whatever you said about the fact that this drawing that we're reviewing right now does not reflect the reduction in the size of the footprint of the building, so that we're going to get a drawing that's actually improved over the one that we're reviewing, because the height will be going from 20 feet to 18 something.
18.8.
18.8. Okay. So I'm going to leave it to somebody to give me a motion on this one here.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, John.
I'm looking at one elevation. Do you have, is that the north elevation?
Well, so John, it doesn't say right there, but you're not on this application.
Let me look at it. It's 100 Low Beach Road?
Correct.
No, 20 Low Beach Road. The thing up on the top here says 20 Low Beach Road.
No, so if you look way at the top left-hand corner, it says 100 Low Beach Road.
That says, I'm sure I can look at it. 100 Low Beach Road, it says.
Correct. That is what we're reviewing.
Okay, you see, okay. All right. I'm sorry.
All right. So I'm sorry. So did we have a motion yet? No.
You're right. No, I'm not on it. Thank you.
So motion to approve through staff with 18 foot 8 inch ridge due to the reduced footprint.
And the hipped roof option.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Correct. Okay. Yes. Thanks, Carrie. On that motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Ray. Aye. Okay, that was that. Next, the reno rebuild in addition to the, I suppose, existing house. Myself, Diane, Val, Stephen, Carrie, same board.
I can start whenever you like, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. So Matt, the first thing you can tell us is we haven't reviewed this for an extremely long time.
Right. So you had reviewed it once
Yeah.
It came in at the same time as the pool house, and the goal is to try and get the pool house going. It seemed like an easier thing to kind of bite off, and so you've only really looked at this one time, and I did get some pretty specific feedback, and so we've reflected revisions based off your feedback. So that's pretty much where it's at.
Okay.
I think if we scroll down to, again, you're all familiar with the site at this point. It's an existing building footprint. We cannot change the footprint. We can't expand it. It's, you couldn't build this house today just because of its proximity to the, the wetlands, if you will. Not so much wetlands, but the coastal dune. So we're dealing with a pre-existing footprint and a pretty rambling, long, narrow existing structure. And again, our goal here is to more than likely, we might try to keep some portions of the first floor walls, but there's a lot of elevation changes in these kind of secondary additive pieces. And so we're probably gonna be leveling out the floor, and the structure is not historic. I think it was built in the 80s, so we've established that early on. So just to kind of recap where we're at. I think this drawing is probably the most important because it's what you see from the street or the dirt road, if you will. And I think it's important to just recognize what the existing conditions are. I mean, in my opinion, the structure, it is long, skinny, and a rambling house, which makes it it makes it challenging. But from a massing perspective, I don't think it's incredibly successful the way it is. That main center core is just lacks identity, and it has a lot of issues with it. And so one of our goals with that center core was to try and create a hierarchy of masses, to identify some center, some primary portion of this house, and basically tell this false history that there was this main structure in the center of the structure, and then it just kind of rambled out to the sides. Again, dealing with an existing footprint makes it a bit challenging. Having said that, and we also can't make any footprint changes, so pretty limited in terms of what we can do. So having said that, what I did was basically integrate this primary gable forward mass, which I think weights the building, and then we do have the two gable dormers to the left of it and a single gable dormer to the right of it, with the idea being that was establishing the base or the anchor of the structure. And then all of the secondary additive masses are essentially one story. Now, in the previous submission, you can see on the bottom right, is we did have a intersecting gable on that portion of the additive mass on the right, and a small section that was a two-story mass. I think across the board, no pun intended, everybody said, look, you got to drop that down. And so we've just eliminated all of that program that we had planned on that side of the house in an effort to just keep it a one-story structure. So the idea, a lot of gable forward portions to give that center core the identity, and then have these secondary pieces be kind of secondary, simpler forms in the shed format. So that was a big change from the previous iteration. We removed all that program from the second half, or second on the right side of the building. Second floor is basically gone. We can kind of scroll down. We made some minor window changes, which I don't think are overly significant in the east elevation. The rear elevation, obviously there's a really beautiful view from the ocean. I'd have to guess, but we're over 1,000 feet. I can get you a specific dimension, but we're very, very far from the water. And so again, visibility on the back side of the house, I think, is just, it's non-existent from a public way per se. So there is more glass on the first floors, definitely. We do have kind of a challenging roof situation, so we've got a higher plate height on the rear elevation. Again, on the rear side of the structure, we try to eliminate any gable dormers, keep it all sheds, so it's a fairly simple structure. So I could go on, but in the interest of time, I'll just stop there and look forward to the board's comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Hey, Matt, I do have a question. Because I can't read them, what is the ridge height of the existing building, the main ridge height, and what is the proposed ridge height of your new structure? Main
Right
roof.
here. So,
Cases.
and zoom in, but
It was on there, it was just too small to read.
25, 1.5 is the existing.
25, okay.
28.6 is the proposed.
28.6.
Thank you.
Thanks, Val.
Okay. So 5.5 feet of increased height. Okay.
Just in that
Thanks.
middle mass. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I'm ready.
All right, go ahead, Val. Thanks.
I studied this before the meeting and I wrote down my thoughts.
Great.
So I do appreciate the simplifications in the areas that you made them, Matt, and getting rid of that secondary
Yes.
second floor story and a half program.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's enough. The additional height on this building is I think unnecessary. The structure that's there has 2 floors, and you can have 2 floors, but where you're adding on this house, it's not becoming an upside down house, it's staying a conventional house, and you're adding all this extra height, like a story and a half with transoms and awning windows that only exacerbate the height, and a roof walk, which we did ask to be removed, over a bedroom. I just think it's unnecessary space to add. You're right on a beach. You look out at this pristine view where nobody's ever going to be in front of you. And I do think the public view is the beach. So I disagree with you on that, but I just think the overall composition is just too much. And the cumulative effect of this increase in structure is going to compromise the visual impact on the beach landscape and surrounding area. It does not partner with the land around it. There's examples of big houses that you did show us the last time that are the same scale of what you're trying to achieve, but they're not right on the beach. This is right next to the road. I mean, it's tight on the road. It's just right there. So visually, it's always going to have more of an impact because it doesn't set back 200 or 300 feet like the houses on the other side of the street. And this is the only house on this side. You know, you have the advantage of this being the only structure in this location, and your views are pristine and unencumbered. So I really think that it needs to be toned down so it's not so prominent. It's in a very visible spot from the road and the beach. And I think it's intrusive to the natural setting around it. So I would appreciate it being reduced significantly on the second floor. That it's not impacting your program at all except for the roof walk.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
Val.
I'll go.
Thank
I'll
you.
go next.
Thank you, Val. And Diane, you're next.
Okay, I feel very strongly, so I have to jump in there because I agree with Val. Totally is the roof walk is not architecturally correct for this building, and it should be removed. It takes up the whole roof. It isn't, it needs to be gone, and the roof needs to come back down to the 25 feet that it was before it went up to 28 feet. It needs to work with the land that it's in and on, and this does not. This plops a house down on a piece of property, and that's it. There's no obvious contention of what is there and how to work with it. And I think it's so important. It is the end of our beach in Sconset, which we still have. And as I read last week of the mission, that it is important for us as HDC to keep the surrounding area, making this house part of the surrounding area, and it is not. People are not going to come down here to see how it historically works with the dunes. It's It's a big house from the other side, plunked over to this side. So I would dearly hope that you do revisions and bring it down to a simpler house. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Diane. Let's see, Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so Matt, I think one thing I'd like to see, please, on the drawings is on the front elevation, so the north elevation, a dash line indexed to the front door showing the existing overlaid on the proposed.
In terms
That's
of
number one.
In terms of like the silhouette of the elevation, Stephen?
Yeah, so just, if you just copy that out to scale over, onto the proposed. I think that'll be beneficial in a couple of different ways. But with respect to the design itself, I want to go back to I think the comments that have been made are accurate and appropriate. The idea is the massing and not introducing a larger mass. And I'd like to see if you could perhaps explore the idea of the perception of a larger mass. And part of dampening that perception is not only that primary mass itself, but also perhaps the idea of some clip gables and also open rafter ends. The idea being, that's just one concept. The idea being that there may be design elements that can be incorporated. And I'm not saying, twiddle around the edges, but I think that there are design elements that can be incorporated that kind of harken back to this area, the 1930s, 1940s type designs. I mean, we just looked at one on out on off Surfside on Surfside Beach earlier this evening, and you've done plenty of these, Matt, yourself. And I think that those types of design elements could help to bring down this perception of the size. And I think that you could bring down the mass on the primary mass too. And I think that those would be the types of things I would like to see towards working on the future approval. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Let's see. Carrie.
Yep. I appreciate the simplification that you did on the front, the street side. And I'm hoping you can do it again on the beach side. I'm a little confused about the front of the house because the front, and I'm not usually a stickler about where the front door is, but it's not on the main mass. And to me, that makes this seem like confusing, even though it's a lot simpler. And I do agree with the roof walk. I just don't think this is the right style of structure for it. And I agree with the others that I think if you can bring down the height of that ridge, it will benefit everything. And then on the beach side, again, simplifying as you are being more successful in simplifying the front side. Try it on the back.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. Yeah, so for me, roof walk, no. It's hugely overscaled for this house and arguably doesn't meet, I think, any of the roof walk guidelines. The gable dormers, have they been discussed? The little, so-called doghouse dormers?
They were early on.
Yeah.
And there was some discussion about eliminating them. I just felt that the composition with the main gable forward, they played nice complements to that main gable. We tried.
I just find that they're more busy. They're busier than shed dormers. Like you could have the double gable dormer that you have to the left of the main gable that's facing us. If that were a single shed dormer, it would just simplify the whole roof form, which is, I think, what we're all after here. But a lot of comments have been made. I think you probably have something to go on here. Should we motion for some revisions on this?
Make a motion for revisions.
All right, Diane, thank you for that motion. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay,
Thank
so
you for
let's.
your feedback. It's very helpful.
Yeah, you're most welcome. So now let's move along to 174 Cliff Road. Oh, Diane, you're chairing this one. I'll mute.
Am I? All right. So here we go, Matt. Tell me about the new barn.
Sure. So we came in previously with a barn that was a two-story barn, and I think the general consensus was that it was too big for the site. I wanted to remind everyone that this is going to be a functioning workshop for the owner. He's very much into carpentry and has got really a lot of beautiful machines, and that is the primary purpose of this. Is not like a party barn or anything like that. Anyways, long story short, the general consensus was the building was too large and too significant, and to the client's credit, they listened to the meeting, watched it, and they are likely going to take the portion of the program that was making the building bigger, specifically the second floor tertiary unit, and looking to integrate it somewhere else on the property, either through an addition to the main house, something that's a smaller scale. They felt that that program was contributing to the overall scale and some of the issues that the board had expressed concern with. So we've omitted the cupola, we've dropped the height, we've taken out the two secondary masses, the two additive masses, which were salt box forms. I think everybody felt that that was kind of somewhat odd, which I don't totally disagree with. We just still do have these two kind of smaller side additive masses. One on the right side of the east elevation is a single story enclosed structure. On the left, it is just a covered entry to the what one portion of this building will probably have some exercise equipment in it. So anyways, I think the four elevations should be fairly self-explanatory in terms of the comparative previous HDC submission versus the current proposed. We did show the previous clouds of where the building was. So that might be a little bit confusing, but that was the intent, to just show you that it was a significantly reduced.
No,
scale.
that was good. Now we could see where it was reduced.
Yeah,
How tall
that's
is
all I
the
have, Madam
barn
Chair.
now, Matt?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
How tall is the barn now?
Let's see.
How tall is?
I get the reduced copies here myself. It is 24.2.
Oh, great. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Abby.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I often walk Tootie at Tuppence, so it gives me a chance to look at this site, and I appreciate the reduction in height. 24.2 is great. Remind me which we'll see that little gable end, the little which
Little
end will we
bungalow.
see from Cliff Road? Sorry.
North.
Okay. Yeah, I like that better than the little schoolhouse effect of the other end with the pent roof and all that. Yeah, so yeah, this has drastically changed my view of the building, and I thank you for the changes, Matt. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Abby. Thank you, Carrie.
I agree with Abby. I think this is a huge change for the better. And obviously the reduction in program seems to have done it. And that's really appreciated.
Yeah.
So thank you to you and your clients. I think this
Clients
is
deserve
great.
all the credit.
Yeah. You had something.
All right.
Thanks. That's it.
Val.
I also, Matt, appreciate the changes. I think simple sometimes is so much better. The doors are 10 feet. Can they be any shorter? They just seem to overwhelm the facade.
There, if I can, Madam Chair, that was a specific request from the owner for some of the equipment he has. We did actually have them shorter at one point, but
On the last, yeah.
it's has to do with some of the equipment to get it in and out of the structure. So
Well, then maybe going back to somewhat of a salt box is a better idea.
I remember you said that last time.
I think that having something over top of the doors rather than them being right up to the fascia would
help. To that point, Val, we actually did have a very shallow pent roof, but it just it looked really strange, and I didn't get the proportions right. And I'd prefer to have some kind of a pent roof covering, which I can do, but it'll probably adjust the height. Maybe not. Maybe I don't have to adjust the height. I can maintain the height, but just get some pent roof in there. So it's interesting you say that because we did have one before the submission, but it just looked awkward because it was too short. Looked like a little nub.
But do you know what I mean? Like the doors being right up close to that fascia, the eave is a proportion that I'm struggling with. If there was a way to, I guess, either make that wall a little higher and keep the height by making the back wall a little lower. I don't know.
I could do that. I could totally do that. Just keep the pitch the same. The ridge height wouldn't go any higher. And then what do you think? Like maybe like a foot above the casing?
It just something, but hear what everyone else has to say. Maybe it's not an issue for them. I just feel like there's something about it that's.
I think like 8 inches would do it. The big doors don't bother me because it makes it feel more like a workshop agricultural barny building versus a house with a garage, because there's 3 of them. But maybe just like 8 inches, just an 8 inches of shingle between the top doors
You
and
can totally do that.
Something like that, yeah.
That'd be easy to do.
Okay. Johnny, what you got to say?
I'm here.
Yep.
I have no.
You're on this.
Yes. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, what do you have to say about the barn?
I like the changes, but I have to say something. I gotta leave in a couple of minutes. So I have one question. I have listed here a note Thursday, the 7th, 1 o'clock. And someone else said, no, it was the week after, on the 14th.
No, that's a special meeting coming at 5 o'clock at night. Our meeting is Thursday at 1 o'clock.
This Thursday?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to get it right.
Okay.
That's what I, thank you very
Just
much.
tell me what you.
Happy New Year to everybody. I have to go.
Happy New Year, John.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think the reduction has been marvelous, Matt. I would, if you can get the 8 inches without increasing the height of the barn, then I would go for it. Other than that, I'd rather see the barn stay at 24 than the doors look smaller.
Madam Chair, I can actually achieve that 8-inch space and not increase the ridge height based on Val's suggestion.
Let's see.
Would everybody like to make a motion?
I'll do that.
To either through staff or whatever you want. All right, Carrie, what is you going to say?
Motion to approve through staff, providing at least 8 inches of shingle between the barn door top trim and fascia.
Wonderful. Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
And Stephen. Is he on it? No, he's not. So, and it's me. So we've got 4 board approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
To Ray.
Okay, thank you,
Thanks,
Diane.
Matt.
You got it.
Folks, it's a couple minutes to 9. We're making pretty good progress here. So, Matt, remind me and be honest. I know you're always honest. Is this something that we can review in fairly short time frame?
No.
No. No.
Oh, you seem
Okay.
like you're kind
Got
of
neighbors
upset.
and everything that have
Oh,
written.
oh, then no, forget it. Okay, so we're going to take this up again on Thursday. So I would suggest that we can call this meeting.
I'm going to sign off, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And
Okay,
thank
we'll see you on Thursday,
time.
Matt.
All right.
Thanks. Okay, so yeah.
We
So-
do have a meeting on Thursday.
Yeah, so I just looked down.
Yeah.
If you look on your agenda, it says other business, XHE meeting, new business, Thursday, January 7th at 1.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I haven't posted it yet. I'll be posting it tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well,
It'll be a short one too.
I think it will be, well, I like the idea of keeping the meetings, the Thursday meetings to no longer, hard stop at an hour and a half at 2:30. And so we made a pretty sizable chunk out of this agenda. So everything, for those of you listening, everything that we didn't cover tonight is going to get carried over to Thursday. Hopefully some of these board members can attend that meeting. Is there anything that's time sensitive under other business, Kathy?
Nope.
No.
Minutes. Right, Terry?
What?
So just the minutes. And I said, right, Terry? She's here.
Yeah, if you want to approve them.
Are we ready to approve minutes?
I think I got all whatever edits I received got back to you.
Okay. Would somebody care to make a motion to approve the minutes of December 17th and 22nd?
Motion to
Oh,
approve the minutes of 17th and 22nd as revised.
Very good. On that motion, let's see, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries. So I'll see some of you on Thursday at 1 o'clock. And at that time, nothing else time sensitive under other business, correct, Kathy?
No.
All right, so we'll try and do an hour and a half worth of work on Thursday. Thanks, everyone. I think
Motion
we
to
made a lot.
adjourn.
Okay, motion to adjourn from Val Oliver. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Aye.
Abby's good. John, are you still with us?
No.
No.
went.
McLaughlin has left the building.
John's gone. Okay, so Stephen, I'll take you.
Aye.
And Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Everybody,
Lot.
Happy New
Good
Year.
night. Good night.
Good
Ho,
night,
ho, ho.
everybody.
You.
Good night, Terry.